What if the greatest tale of love was nothing more than a cleverly disguised slaughterhouse? The Trojan War didn't just tear apart cities, it ripped open the very fabric of human ambition and desire, laying bare the grotesque dance between honor and betrayal. Picture this: a single woman ignites a decade-long bloodbath. Paris, a pretty boy prince with the charm of a used car salesman, snatches the stunning Helen right out from under Menelaus's nose. Honey, did you ever think love could be so deadly? But wait, who's really pulling the strings in this twisted puppet show? Gods filled with spite and mischief, that's who. Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite, each vying for their own version of vanity, turning mortals into mere pawns on their celestial chessboard. You think your drama-filled relationships are intense? Try having a divine influencer on your back, whispering sweet nothings that could turn your world into ash. Think of Achilles, the brooding warrior with a temper to rival a toddler denied dessert. His fate is sealed, wrapped in blood and glory, yet what drives him? Revenge or honor? Or maybe just a desperate need for validation, because who needs therapy when you can slay 1,000 men? In a world where masculinity is defined by bloodlust, Achilles struts around like a high school quarterback flexing for the cheerleaders, while the real battle is for meaning in a shattered existence. And let's not forget Odysseus, the cunning trickster whose brainpower rivals that of a modern-day hacker. Crafty enough to pull off a ruse that would make the best con artist weep with envy. The Trojan horse, a brilliant deception wrapped in wooden lies, hiding an army within. Who needs diplomacy when you can just stuff your enemies full of bait and watch the chaos unfold? Forget Tinder, this is the kind of matchmaking that leaves bodies in its wake. And what about the aftermath? Cities burn, heroes fall, and love? Oh, that pathetic ideal turns to ash in the winds of despair. The faces of the fallen, once radiant with promise, turn into mere echoes of what could have been. Is glory worth this carnage? Is love worth all this pain? As the dust settles, the price of victory looms larger than the walls of Troy itself. This isn't just a war, it's a fevered dream of ambition, betrayal, and the crushing weight of fate. So, are you ready to confront the monstrous truth? Are you prepared to face the raw brutality and dark humor that lurks beneath the surface? The Trojan War isn't merely a battle, it's a relentless riddle, echoing through time, daring you to question everything you thought you knew about love, honor, and the haunting cost of desire. Welcome to the battlefield, where the answers are as elusive as a wisp of smoke and the stakes could shatter your very soul. The air crackles with tension, and the walls of Troy breathe a heavy sigh, as if they too are aware of the storm brewing. A man stands at the gates, his heart pounding like a war drum, caught between love and duty. Paris, the golden-haired prince, the beautiful rogue whose smile had once stolen the breath of Helen, now wears desperation like a shroud. What have I done? What have I done? He mutters to himself, words barely escaping his lips as he stares into the abyss of fate. I remember the nights spent beneath the stars, lost in dreams of glory. I remember how the gods wove their stories into our lives, indifferent to the strings they pulled. But Paris? He is different. A puppet ensnared by desire, his heart consumed by the promise of a love that could bring kingdoms crashing down. It's a love that glimmers, tantalizing and treacherous, a forbidden fruit that ripens in shadows, whispering sweet nothings while wielding daggers beneath its skin. Across the city, Helen stands in her chambers, hauntingly beautiful, an ethereal spectre cloaked in silks and jewels, yet tortured by her own reflection. What is beauty if it brings ruin? She questions the moonlight, her voice trembling like the flutter of a wounded bird. She was the spark that ignited this inferno, caught in a web spun by the gods, a pawn in their cruel game. The laughter of her youth echoes back at her, a bitter mockery of what she once was. With every heartbeat, she feels the weight of 1,000 warriors clamoring for her, Achilles, Odysseus, each man driven by a fierce devotion that teeters on madness. But there, in the shadows of her chamber, the spectre of regret looms, an ever-present reminder of the home she has abandoned. What is love if it demands everything? The question hovers in the air, heavy with a longing that stabs at her chest. As the winds howl outside, she senses the encroaching darkness, the march of destiny bloating with the promise of bloodshed. And then there's Hector, the noble prince of Troy, brother to Paris, a warrior bound by honor yet shackled by love. Each clash of his sword echoes with the weight of responsibility. I fight for my family, my city, he whispers to himself, yet his heart quakes with the fear of loss. He knows the cost of war, the taste of ash in the mouth, the screaming ghosts of fallen comrades that rise with the dawn. What if my brother's folly has doomed us all? The thought gnaws at him, bitter and relentless. In the quiet of the night, Hector stands firm against the horizon, a warrior clad in armor that feels more like a coffin than a shield. Each glint of his sword gleams with the promise of glory, yet he feels the churning dread of the inevitable battle looming on the edges of their fragile peace. I will not let them take my family, he vows, but the conviction falters, the words slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. What is it to be heroic? To be so flawed and yet strive towards greatness? The gods watch, their laughter echoing through the eons, as if they revel in the chaos they have sown. The very fabric of destiny seems to twist and turn, teasing, tormenting. The whispers of fate curl around Hector's heart like serpents, drawing him closer to the edge. Day breaks with the roar of battle, the clash of swords and the cries of men, a symphony of chaos that drowns out the cries of the innocent. The city of Troy stands firm, but the tension is palpable, as if the very stones are holding their breath. Going to war, Hector is a man torn between love for his family and his duty to protect them. He can hear Helen's voice, a haunting melody that pulls at his heartstrings. Forgive me, it seems to say, and he feels the sting of betrayal surge within him, mingled with an echo of understanding. Across the battlefield, Achilles, the fierce warrior, is a tempest embodied. I am more than a man, he roars, a wild-eyed god of destruction, fury radiating from him as he plunges into the fray. Yet underneath the bravado lies a man full of pain, his thoughts tangled in memories of loss. The ghosts of his fallen friend Patroclus haunt him, shadows flickering in the corners of his mind, reminding him that love can be as deadly as any spear. I will avenge you, he vows, but vengeance consumes him, twisting his soul into something unrecognizable, fueling the very fire that burns down the walls around them. In the throes of battle, blood spilling like wine on the parched earth, time becomes a cruel trickster, distorting reality. Each clash of steel, each cry of anguish reverberates in the air, a reminder of mortality's cold grip. The gods laugh, the heavens tremble, and Troy stands on the brink of annihilation. The heartbeats of men echo, a frantic rhythm that syncs with the pulse of the universe, as the fates of Paris, Helen, and Hector intertwine in a dance of destruction. What is this war but a reflection of our own hearts? Love and hate, desire and honor, two sides of the same ancient coin. And in this chaos, the myths of the Trojan War unfurl, revealing the raw edges of humanity, the scars we bear as we chase after dreams woven from the fabric of madness and glory. The truth lies buried within the clamor, entwined with the stories of gods and men, each thread woven into the very essence of existence. As the sun sinks below the horizon, the sky a canvas of crimson despair, the whispers of the past echo incessantly. What has been set into motion cannot be undone, and beneath the shadows, a churning anticipation thrums. The stage is set, the players poised, and the world holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable climax, a confrontation that will shatter the hearts of many, leaving only echoes of memories in its wake. The Trojan War is not just a tale of myth, it is a testament to our human frailty, a reminder that in the end, we are all prisoners of our desires, bound by the threads of time, forever spinning in the web of fate. The sun hung low, a molten eye bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient walls of Troy. A soft breeze whispered through the dust-laden streets, and for a fleeting moment, the world fell silent, as if holding its breath. The air crackled with tension, weighted with the knowledge of looming disaster, an unseen enemy lurking just beyond the horizon. I stood there, heart pounding, caught between the promise of glory and the gnawing dread that gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. I remember the sound, a distant clash of metal, like the curse of fate crashing against the certainty of existence. It was a reminder that within these storied walls lay a sanctuary and a prison. Hector stood beside me, tall, proud. The weight of leadership hung heavily on his shoulders, and in his eyes burned a fire that flickered between hope and despair. He was the embodiment of Troy, a stronghold built upon blood and ambition, but even he could not escape the whispers of doubt. What if it ends in flames? He murmured, a question uncoiling like a serpent in the shadows. Then we will burn together, I replied, though my voice trembled with uncertainty. Was it courage or foolishness that left my lips? The walls of Troy loomed like ancient giants, stoic yet vulnerable, each stone a testament to the battles fought and lost. I felt the earth tremble beneath our feet, a reminder of the war brewing, the fate of our city teetering on the edge of a knife. Across the square, nestled among the crumbling ruins, stood Cassandra, a spectre of grief and prophecy. Her eyes, pools of sorrow, glimpsed a future wrapped in darkness. She had warned us, time and time again, her words echoing like the tolling of a funeral bell. You cannot outrun destiny, she said, her voice a haunting melody that lingered in the air like smoke. We are but pawns in a game played by gods, and they relish our suffering. I remember the hesitation in Hector's gaze as he turned toward her, the flicker of uncertainty a crack in his armor. Cassandra, he said softly, the city stands strong. We are fortified by our own resolve. But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at the edges of his confidence, threatening to splinter it into a million jagged shards. The geography of Troy was its own cruel mistress. The towering walls, once a symbol of safety, now felt more like a cage, an entrapment of ideals and aspirations, fortified yet fragile. Each stone whispered stories of valor, but beneath the surface lay the insidious tremors of fear. The hills that surrounded us, once the watchful guardians of our dreams, now loomed like dark giants, hiding enemies within their shadows. I caught a glimpse of the Aegean Sea in the distance, its waters a shimmering blue that taunted me with visions of freedom. Can you hear it? I asked Hector, the words spilling from my lips before I could tether them. The call of the ocean? The promise of escape? Do not romanticize it, he snapped, the fire in his chest igniting. We are anchored here, bound to this fate. But even as he spoke, I saw the flicker of longing in his eyes, a deep-seated need to be anywhere but here, among the ruins of our crumbling empire. Cassandra's fingers brushed against the stone, and I wondered if she felt the pulse of Troy beneath her skin, a heartbeat growing fainter with each passing day. The gods laugh at us, she murmured, her voice a ghostly whisper. We are mere actors in their tragic play, and soon the curtain will fall. I felt the weight of her words, pressing down on my chest like a collapsing sky. The earth quaked again, fiercely this time, and I stumbled, grasping Hector's arm for support. His grip was firm, a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. We will fight, he declared, but I could hear the tremor in his voice, the battle raging within. What if the walls crumbled, I thought, what if the very ground we stood upon betrayed us? The thought was like a dagger, twisting in my gut. As the sun dipped lower, shadows crept through the streets, wrapping around us like a shroud. The night was coming, relentless and hungry, and with it came the weight of our choices. Would we stand firm against the tide, or would the echoes of our past drown us? I felt an ache in my heart, a longing for something intangible, a hope that felt as elusive as the dying light. We stood there, three souls bound by fate, each wrestling with our demons. I remember, I whispered, memories flooding back like a tide. I remember the laughter that once filled these streets, now replaced by an oppressive silence. I remember the dreams woven beneath the stars, now tainted by shadows. I remember the warmth of a hand in mine, now absent, leaving only a chill. Fight for us, Hector, I urged, the desperation clawing at my throat. Fight for Troy. But even as I said it, I knew the truth. Our fight was not just against the enemy outside, but against the darkness within. As the sun surrendered to the night, the stars blinked down upon us, indifferent to our struggles. The geography of Troy was no longer just a stronghold, it was a battleground of the soul, a war waged through fear and longing, hope and despair. The walls, once a fortress, now felt like a cage, and time twisted in on itself, the cosmos a mockery of our fleeting existence. With each heartbeat, the tension thickened, wrapping around us like a noose, drawing tighter, choking the breath from our lungs. Cassandra's warning rang in my ears, a haunting refrain that promised our fate was sealed. Yet here we stood, three souls intertwined in a moment suspended between despair and defiance, caught in the web of what had been and what was yet to come. The dawn would break, and with it, the final reckoning loomed, an echoing heartbeat within the walls of Troy. As we braced ourselves for the inevitable, I felt the weight of history pressing down, an unyielding reminder that even in our darkest hour, the fight was not just for survival but for the very essence of what it meant to be human. With that, the city held its breath, suspended in time, a heartbeat away from destiny. The wind howled like a lost soul across the jagged ruins, the crumbling stones of Troy echoing with a history so deep it felt like a scream trapped beneath layers of time. I stood there, heart racing, as if the ground itself were breathing, trembling with the weight of forgotten dreams and unmarked graves. I could feel the ghosts of warriors, the flickering shadows of passion and betrayal curling around my ankles, pulling me into their eternal dance. Did you hear that? Sophie's voice trembled, barely above a whisper, her wide eyes scanning the darkness. She was my partner in this haunting quest, a relentless seeker of truth, yet the fear etched on her face mirrored my own. The thrill of discovery coursed through her veins, but so did doubt. We had come to unearth legends, yet what we found felt more like a curse. Just the wind, I replied, my voice sounding hollow against the ancient stones. But deep inside, I questioned my own words. Was it only the wind? Or was it the lamentation of the past clawing its way back to the surface, desperate to be seen? I remember feeling a chill, a shiver that slipped down my spine like a lover's touch, igniting a fire of unease. Then there was Marcus, the stubborn idealist, who believed Troy was more than broken walls and displaced earth, it was a testament to human resilience. But beneath his bravado, I sensed the fissures of his conviction. Each artifact he unearthed was a piece of a puzzle that eluded him, a haunting reminder of the fragility of dreams. Beneath the bright sun, his laughter rang out, but in the shadows, it turned brittle, echoing with the specters of his doubts. Look at this, he exclaimed, holding up a shard of pottery, its surface marred yet beautiful. This could prove the existence of the city's last days. His excitement was infectious, yet within me stirred a disquiet. What if the truths we unearthed were more horrifying than we could bear? What if Troy was not merely a story of glory but a graveyard of broken promises? I remember the moment when the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the sight in a spectral glow. That was when the past would seep into our bones, and the air crackled with stories untold. Sophie and Marcus would often argue about the implications of our findings, their voices rising above the whispering wind like clashing swords. I often found myself caught in the middle, drowning in their fervor, longing for truth yet terrified of what it might reveal. Every legend has a grain of truth, Sophie. You can't just dismiss it. Marcus would plead, his passion igniting the air, a flame against the encroaching night. And every truth can be twisted, she shot back, her voice a dagger meant to pierce the veil of certainty. What if we're digging up more than artifacts? What if we're unearthing nightmares? Her words hung heavy, thick like fog, wrapping around us as we stood on the precipice of discovery. I felt the chill of her fears settle in my bones, a weight that pressed against my heart. Memories of the legends we had learned, tales of betrayal and love, of gods and mortals, would swirl in my mind like smoke, beautiful yet suffocating. It was during one of those twilight moments, as the sky turned from gold to indigo, that I stumbled upon something unexpected, a delicate necklace, half buried in the dirt. I brushed the soil away, revealing its intricate design, a testament to a woman's longing, perhaps love lost amidst the chaos of war. I held it in my palm, the cool metal biting against my skin, and suddenly, I was transported back, enveloped in a vision of a woman standing at a gate, tears streaming, her heart a battlefield. Who do you think wore this? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, a tremor weaving through my words. Sophie stepped closer, her breath catching in her throat, and for a moment, we were bound by the weight of that question. Someone who loved fiercely, she breathed. Someone who lost everything. But as we gazed into the distance, the ancient walls loomed larger, shadows stretching like fingers, and I could feel the pulse of the past thudding in my chest. Each heartbeat echoed the cries of those who had once fought, loved, and lost. We're not just uncovering history, I said slowly, the realization settling like a stone in my gut. We're unearthing their memories. The pain, the joy, it never really fades, does it? No, Marcus replied, his voice low and gravelly, as if he too could feel the weight of the past pressing down on us. It haunts us. The atmosphere shifted, thickening with an intensity that made the very stones tremble. I thought of the whispers that haunted our nights, the feeling of being watched as we unearthed the past. Shadows flickered amidst the ruins, and I could swear I heard the echoes of laughter mingling with cries of despair, a cacophony of voices lost in time. Sophie broke the silence, her eyes gleaming with unshed tears. "What if we find something we can't handle?" "Then we face it," Marcus replied, his resolve unwavering, but even he faltered, the weight of our task pressing down. No matter how dark. But in that moment, standing amidst the remnants of a world long gone, I felt the churning of fate, an ominous whispering urging us forward, deeper into the earth, deeper into the echoes of our own souls. Something told me we were on the brink of awakening what should have remained dormant, and I trembled with the weight of that knowledge. What if the truth of Troy wasn't just buried artifacts but the raw, exposed heart of humanity itself, fragile, unyielding, and eternally entwined with our dreams and nightmares? As the stars began to twinkle overhead, an ominous reminder of the vast cosmos beyond our reach, I felt the ground beneath us shift. A tremor, a warning, perhaps. Or maybe just the earth sighing, restless with the memories we dared to unravel. The ancient city seemed to pulse, alive and aware, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for us to make the next move. And with each heartbeat, the anticipation hung heavy in the air, a siren song calling us deeper into the labyrinth of history, drawing us closer to a confrontation we could scarcely comprehend. The tension crackled, and I knew we stood on the brink of something monumental, something that would change everything, if only we could survive whatever lay beneath the surface. In the smoldering heart of an ancient forest, the air quivered with unspoken tension, the whispers of trees echoing secrets known only to the shadows. Paris stood, heart racing, as the weight of 1,000 fateful choices bore down on his shoulders. He was neither a king nor a warrior, just a shepherd whose fate had been spun into a web far grander than he could fathom. The world around him shimmered, the golden sun drenching everything in a warm glow, but beneath it lay a cold, sharp edge, a promise of calamity. I remember how the air felt electric, charged with the thrill of anticipation, yet thick with dread. The scent of wildflowers mingled with the bitterness of impending betrayal. The golden apple lay before him, gleaming like a fallen star, inscribed with the words to the fairest. It beckoned, a siren's call, pulling him deeper into chaos. He could taste the sweetness of temptation, yet it was laced with the bitterness of knowing he was playing with forces he did not understand. And then she appeared, Aphrodite, radiant and eternal, her presence igniting a fire within him that threatened to consume all rational thought. Her laughter danced through the air, a melody that could charm even the most stubborn heart. "Choose me," she whispered, her voice as soft as silk yet sharp as a blade. "I will grant you the love of the most beautiful mortal." Paris's breath hitched. Love, the most dangerous weapon of all. He felt the pull, the siren song wrapping around him, tightening its grip with every heartbeat. But there was another, a figure lurking in the shadows, her eyes like stormy seas, Hera, queen of the gods. She was fury and power wrapped in a veneer of grace, and her gaze pierced through Paris's soul, igniting a fear that danced along his spine. "Choose me," she commanded, her voice resonating with authority, promising kingdoms and strength. The weight of her offer was suffocating, yet intoxicating. Paris's heart raced for a different reason now. Was it ambition he craved or love? Could he bear the burden of his choice? In that moment, the world collapsed into a cacophony of emotions, desire, fear, and the chill of inevitability. Time itself slowed, each second stretching into infinity, laden with the gravity of his decision. I remember feeling the tremor in my own chest as if I too stood before the gods, teetering on the edge of fate. In the silence that followed, the wind carried the scent of danger, and Paris's heart thudded like a war drum. And then, in the midst of this chaos, emerged the final contender, Athena, the embodiment of wisdom, her eyes glinting with the cool steel of intellect. "Choose me, Paris," she urged, her voice a soothing balm to his frayed nerves. "I will grant you victory in battle, glory that will echo through the ages." Here was power, strategy, an offer that whispered of immortality, but at what cost? The weight of her promise lingered like a dense fog, suffocating yet alluring. I could see Paris's inner turmoil reflected in the tension of his clenched fists, the way his jaw tightened. He was a young man caught in a tempest of desires. Each option tugged at his heart, a taut string ready to snap and send him spiraling into an abyss. He felt small, insignificant against the grand tapestry of destiny that the gods wove around him. The golden apple glimmered, and with it, the weight of a world's war. The moment hung heavy, suspended in time, and I felt my own breath catch in my throat. The air was thick with anticipation, each heartbeat punctuating the silence. And then it happened, the choice was made. Paris, the shepherd boy, reached out, hand trembling, and grasped the apple, handing it to Aphrodite. In that act, he sealed the fate of Troy, the hearts of men, and the lives of countless innocents. As the gods rejoiced, a darkness fell over the land, threading through the branches of trees and creeping along the ground like an unseen predator. I could almost feel the chill of despair wrapping around Paris, whispering promises of regret. The laughter of the gods rang in his ears, but it was a hollow sound, echoing the laughter of those who would sacrifice everything for a moment's desire. But this choice did not come without a price. A shadow stirred in the background, a figure haunted by jealousy, heart clenched and face pale as the moon, Helen. Beautiful Helen, the face that would launch 1,000 ships, yet her beauty was a double-edged sword. Paris had won her favor, but the hearts he had broken, the lives he had shattered, would haunt him like ghosts whispering through the night. I could feel her anguish, a haunting melody of betrayal mingled with desire. She was the light and the darkness, the gravity that pulled Paris deeper into the void of the war that loomed like a storm cloud on the horizon. I remember Paris's face, the mixture of triumph and horror as he stumbled into the light of his choice. Victory felt like a heavy cloak he could not wear, the fabric woven with threads of despair. The tension twisted tighter, an unrelenting coil around his heart, whispering of the chaos to come, the siege of a city, the betrayal of friends, the bloodshed that would stain the shores of history. And so, there he stood, a boy on the brink of becoming a man, a shepherd caught in a tale spun by the gods, where love and war entwined like dancers on a crumbling stage. The air vibrated with the weight of fate, each heartbeat echoing the promise of conflict, the beginning of a war that would ripple through time like waves crashing against the rocks. With every passing moment, the darkness unfurled its wings, casting long shadows over the earth. Paris, with the golden apple still clutched in his hand, felt the world shift beneath him. His heart was a battleground, a conflict raging within that mirrored the chaos that lay ahead, a war ignited by a choice made in a fleeting heartbeat, a choice that would carve the names of heroes and monsters into the annals of fate. And as the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the tumultuous sea of emotions within him, he understood this was only the beginning. The echoes of the past whispered in the air, a haunting reminder that the gods were watching, waiting, and the price for beauty was always too steep. The battlefield lay before me, a twisted tableau of chaos and blood. The air was thick with the smell of iron and smoke, as screams pierced the silence, each cry a knife driving deeper into my soul. I had lost track of time, day bled into night, and night seeped into the marrow of existence like an unquenchable thirst. Dust swirled in the lingering light, carrying the ghosts of the fallen, and in that moment, I felt their weight bearing down on me, pressing, suffocating. Achilles stood there, a lion among sheep, rage etched on his face, muscles taut like an unstrung bow. His eyes burned with a fire that could consume cities, yet behind that ferocity lay a wound so deep, it threatened to swallow him whole. I remember the stories told around flickering fires, tales of his unmatched prowess. But there, in the eye of the storm, he was more than a hero, he was a man wrestling with his demons, the weight of glory heavy on his shoulders. Each swing of his sword carved through flesh and bone, yet every kill echoed the heart-wrenching question, what is victory without honor? Next to him was Patroclus, his closest companion, a gentle soul bound in the iron grip of fate. I could see him, standing a step behind, a wildflower in a field of blades, desperately trying to rein in Achilles' wrath while battling his own fears. He was the heart to Achilles' fury, tender yet fierce. Memories of laughter and midnight whispers flickered across my mind, a fleeting reminder that love could bloom even amid the carnage. But now, his face was marred by the harsh reality of war. Achilles, he cried, the sound like a pebble dropped into a well, rippling through the chaos, yet reaching no one. The weight of their bond throbbed like a fresh wound. Here was love, raw and beautiful, yet fragile as the autumn leaves spiraling down to death. I remember the night we shared secrets under a sky littered with stars, Patroclus murmured, the words barely escaping his lips. Why must we suffer so? Why must the gods play with our hearts? His pain resonated within me, a universal ache. I wanted to scream for him, to tear down the heavens that mocked his sorrow. The sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows that danced like specters across the ground. It was here, caught in the twilight, that the true battle began, not just against the Trojans, but within themselves. I cannot stand idly by, Patroclus declared, that tempest of desperation swelling within him. If you will not fight, then I will take your armor and face them myself. It was a defiance that echoed through the air, yet it was a choice steeped in tragedy. I remember the moment when Achilles' heart cracked, a sound both beautiful and heartrending. His voice was a whisper, yet it thundered like the clash of swords. No, Patroclus! You know not what you ask. But the bond between them was forged in fire and bound by blood. It was intoxicating, this dance of loyalty and longing. Patroclus turned, eyes filled with a fierce determination, yet shadows of doubt cloaked his spirit. And then the world seemed to hold its breath, time stretching into infinity as Patroclus donned the armor of his friend. Each piece was a promise and a curse, I could see the weight of it hanging heavily on his slender frame. The gleam of bronze reflected the dying sun, casting an eerie glow that foreshadowed a fate so terrible, it sent shivers down my spine. I will bring him back, he vowed, that naive hope pulsing in his voice, unaware of the abyss that awaited. The battlefield erupted in chaos once more, wild and uncontrolled. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, as if the earth itself mourned for the lives lost. With every clash, bone met bone, and I could taste the bitterness of despair on my tongue. For every hero that rose, another fell, each name a whisper drowned in the cacophony of war. It was a cruel jest, this dance of death, where glory and sorrow entwined like lovers caught in a fleeting embrace. Patroclus charged into the fray, a flash of light against the darkness, but I could see the inevitability of his fate lurking in the shadows, the grim specter of loss that haunted every hero's path. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge, but the pull of destiny was stronger than my feeble cries. Fight for love, I wanted to scream, not for vengeance. But those words were lost in the maelstrom of violence, swallowed by the very gods that had set this tragedy in motion. Each swing of his sword was imbued with desperation, a prayer for survival that rang hollow. I saw him crash against the Trojans, a warrior fueled by the flames of another's rage, yet every blow struck against the relentless march of fate, each warrior that fell only served to reinforce the cruel irony of their shared existence. Patroclus fought like a tempest, yet behind that facade, I sensed the tremor of fear. I remember, he whispered again, a mantra to shield him from the encroaching darkness. I remember the laughter, the warmth, and then it happened in a heartbeat, time snapped like a twig underfoot. He fell. The ground swallowed his scream, the world around him dimming as though the very sun had clamped its eyes shut in horror. I could see Achilles from across the field, hair whipping in the wind, eyes wide with disbelief. That moment, when realization dawned, was the moment the heavens shattered. A howl erupted from Achilles' throat, raw and primal, ripping through the chaos like a bolt of lightning. Patroclus! The name was a prayer, a lament, a curse. His grief surged through the atmosphere, palpable and electric, igniting the fire within every warrior present. Rage and sorrow intertwined, and in that instant, Achilles became more than a hero, he became a vessel of vengeance, a force of nature unbound. As he charged into the fray, I could feel the very air tremble with his intensity. There was no turning back now. The tide had turned, but the cost was immeasurable. I will avenge you, he roared, as if the universe itself would heed his call, a promise that hung heavy in the air. But in that promise lay a horror no hero leaves unscathed, and vengeance stains the soul darker than blood. And so, the battle continued, a storm of fury and loss, a haunting symphony of despair echoing across the ages. The stars watched silently, bearing witness to the unfolding tragedy of heroes, caught in their own web of love and grief. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum in the night, every breath thick with anticipation for what was to come. Time stood still, and I found myself lost in the currents of fate, a witness to the bittersweet beauty of this age-old tale, where every flame flickered but never extinguished. The night air crackled with tension, the smoke of burning flesh curling around the shadows of the crumbling walls. I remember the sound. A howl that shattered the silence, a cry that echoed through the grip of darkness like a ghost searching for its lost self. It was the sound of desperation, the kind that makes you feel your heart stutter, as if it knows the end is waiting just beyond the horizon. I stood there, breathless, caught in that fleeting moment where life teetered on the edge of madness, and all I could feel was the weight of the choices I had made. Achilles, a titan of fury draped in the pallor of loss, stood amidst the carnage, his wrath a palpable force. The glint of his sword, slick with the blood of enemies and allies alike, shimmered like a star extinguishing in a storm. I remember how he looked, eyes blazing, shadows swallowing the hurt that lay hidden beneath the muscles honed by war. He was a warrior, yes, but beneath the surface churned the tempest of grief for his fallen friend, Patroclus, a wound that no amount of vengeance could heal. Each swing of his sword was an echo of his soul's torment, a confession of his fury against the gods who had stolen his light. Why? He roared, voice cracking from the weight of unasked questions. Why does the world spin on the axis of loss? The battlefield, a grotesque tapestry of suffering, trembled beneath his feet, and I felt it, the quake of 1,000 hearts breaking. Each slip of his blade through flesh was a desperate attempt to fill the void left behind, but all it did was widen it. He was a hurricane, and I was merely caught in the whirlpool. Then there was Hector, the soul of Troy, the heart of a city crumbling under the weight of destiny and despair. He stood, adorned in armor, a symbol of hope, though at that moment it felt like a cruel joke. It glimmered under the moon's feeble light, a mockery of the bravery that coursed through his veins. I remember the way he faced Achilles, a lion confronting a raging tempest. "You do not own this pain, Achilles," he said, voice steady, though shadows danced in his eyes. "We are all but threads in a tapestry woven by fate, and tonight, we are but pawns in a game beyond our control." The silence that followed felt like a pause in the universe, as if time itself held its breath. Hector's heart beat with the rhythm of his city's cries, the children, the mothers, the elderly, each pulse a reminder of what was at stake. I could feel the weight of their hopes pressing against his chest, the intangible burden that threatened to crush him. He was not just fighting for survival, he was fighting for every life that had ever whispered his name in prayer. I remember the night, how it wrapped around me like a shroud, heavy with sorrow and unresolved conflict. Dreams of glory tangled with the ghostly wails of the dead, each voice imploring for justice, for peace. Achilles' rage was a fireball, Hector's resolve was a river, a powerful current slowly eroding the banks of despair. They were both heroes, yet both flawed, caught in a game of vengeance and honor, neither willing to yield. In that stillness, I saw the truth. Their destinies were sealed in an embrace of blood and tears, a reminder that even heroes are haunted by their choices. The moon hung high, a witness to the chaos, as if the cosmos itself felt the weight of their collision. I stood there, a mere onlooker with my heart in my throat, feeling every pang of resentment and yearning. Both men were trapped in an inescapable spiral, caught between duty and desire, love and loss. Each move they made was a step towards a precipice that promised no return, a dance of death cloaked in the guise of honor. Achilles charged, a force of nature, and I felt the air crackle with his rage. His sword sliced through the night, illuminating the contours of his grief. He embodied the storm, the unyielding spirit that refuses to be silenced. But I also saw Hector, the unwavering defender, a flame flickering against the gale, refusing to be extinguished without a fight. Time slowed as they closed the distance, hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of the universe, a battle not just of bodies but of souls. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of sorrow and strength. Each strike was a heartbeat, each parry a breath taken and held. I remember the desperation in them, the primal need to assert their existence in a world that felt indifferent to their suffering. It was beautiful and terrifying, the way they fought not just for glory but for understanding, for validation in a world that often overlooked the depths of their humanity. "Is this all there is?" Hector shouted, as steel met steel, the sound harsh like the tolling of a bell marking the end of days. To kill and be killed, to love and lose. His words echoed in my mind, reverberating like a haunting melody. I felt the weight of his despair, a question cast into the void, waiting for an answer that would never come. Achilles faltered for a moment, and in that flicker, I saw the boy he once was, the one who had dreamed of glory but found only grief. "I am alive, Hector," he roared, rage and pain blending into one. "And I will not let your shadow dim my light." The ferocity of his cry sent shivers down my spine. It was a battle cry born of desperation, a plea for recognition in a world that had stripped him of everything. The battle surged, a relentless tide crashing against the shore of fate. No longer were they just men, they were symbols of a bigger struggle, embodiments of human conflict and desire. I watched as their stories wove together, threads pulling tighter, hearts racing faster. Every clash of swords sent shockwaves through the night, the air thick with anticipation, fear, and desperation. And there, amidst the chaos, I felt it, a crack in the universe, a moment where the past and future intertwined. I saw the scars of heroism, the ghostly remnants of choices made in darkness, and I couldn't help but wonder how many lifetimes would echo with the pain of their decisions. In that instant, everything felt infinite, the universe expanding and contracting with the weight of their struggles. The moon bore witness, a silent sentinel to the tragedy unfolding below, a reminder that in this game of gods and men, there would be no clear victor, only the haunting memory of what was lost and the scars that would forever mark their souls. And as the dawn threatened to break, I felt the pull of their stories, the awareness that every heartbeat, every breath would echo through time, an unending loop of conflict and emotion, of a war that would never truly conclude. The tension held tight, an electric charge in the air, whispering promises of pain and glory that would linger long after the last sword fell. The wind howled like a banshee, low and mournful, through the jagged remnants of what had once been a proud citadel. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke, a charred reminder of the gods' indifference. I stood there, frozen, heart racing, the clamor of battle echoing in my ears like the screams of the damned. This was no ordinary war, this was a theater of divine chaos, where the gods played their twisted games, and we mere mortals were the pawns on a blood-soaked chessboard. I remember the moment vividly. Lyra, her dark hair matted with sweat and soot, stood resolute beside me, a flash of defiance in her stormy blue eyes. Her sword was a shard of light in the gloom, a beacon of hope amidst the swirling dread. "They've abandoned us," she whispered, and her voice cracked with the weight of betrayal. "What do we have left to fight for?" I could barely respond, the question hung between us like a guillotine blade. The gods had turned their backs. The whispers of prophecies had drowned in the cacophony of war, each one a cruel joke, teasing the promise of salvation only to crush us under the weight of despair. The ground trembled, and I could feel my pulse sync with the rhythm of destruction around us. I felt the sharp pang of fear, but deeper still was a burning ember of rage. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, but words caught in my throat like thorns. To my left, Trojan was breaking, his hand shaking around the hilt of his sword, a man too noble for the brutality unfolding. I could see him fighting against the rising tide of despair, battling the shadows that danced in his mind. "We can't let them take the city," he shouted, though his voice wavered, the determination in his eyes flickering like a dying flame. "We have to," but the sky split open with a crack of thunder, and in that moment, the gods answered. A flash of blinding light, like the earth itself, was tearing apart, and from it emerged a figure, cloaked in swirling shadows. I knew that presence. It was Zephyra, the goddess of war, her laughter mingling with the cries of the dying. "You mortals think you fight for your freedom." Her voice was a silken caress that chilled the bone, a melody of malice. "You are nothing but puppets in my grand design." I felt the air grow heavy. Memories of my childhood flooded back, of tender moments lost to the cruelty of fate. I remembered the laughter of my younger sister, the way she would dance in the fields as sunlight kissed her cheeks, and I remembered the day the gods had first turned away. The village burned, and they watched, unconcerned, while we prayed for mercy. I felt the weight of those prayers, suffocating me now. They were useless against the tide of divine indifference, just like us, just like Lyra and Trojan. Lyra stepped forward, steel in her gaze, anger igniting within her. "You think we're just pieces on your board? We bleed, we feel, but her voice was cut short as the goddess raised a hand, and the ground beneath her heaved. I watched in horror as the earth split, swallowing the brave girl whole. Her scream echoed, a sound that would haunt me forever. "No!" The word tore from my lips, raw and unfiltered, a desperate plea that seemed to hang in the air. I reached out as if I could grasp her hand in time, but the void consumed her. Shadows writhed and danced, mocking my grief. Torin fell to his knees, his spirit fracturing like the ruins around us, and I felt the fissures in my heart widen. "Do you see, boy?" Zephyra taunted, looming over him. "Your emotions make you weak. You cannot fight what is fated. You cannot fight a god." Her laughter rang out, a cruel symphony that mingled with the clash of swords and the cries of the dying. Yet, within the despair, a flicker of defiance sparked in Torin's eyes. He gritted his teeth, finding strength in the darkness. "We are not weak," he shouted, voice shaking but resolute. "You may control fate, but we control our hearts." The air crackled with energy, and I felt the world around us shift, the very fabric of reality bending to the will of our conviction. But the gods were relentless. Like a tidal wave, they crashed down upon us. Flashes of lightning illuminated the battlefield, where men and beasts alike fell, torn apart by unseen hands. The cacophony swelled, drowning out the last echoes of our hopes. I felt the despair wrap around me like a serpent, squeezing the breath from my chest. In that moment, I remembered the faces of those lost. Not just Lyra, but the countless lives, the aching dreams extinguished in the flames. The war was not simply a clash of swords, but a merciless erasure of everything we held dear. Tears streamed down my cheeks, hot and bitter, as I realized that the gods may have abandoned us, but we were not lost. We were here, still breathing, defiant against the storm. The clash of wills reached a boiling point, and as time stretched into eternity, I knew we would not bow to divine cruelty. Torin and I exchanged a glance, a silent promise forged in the fires of anguish. We would rise against Zephyra. We would scream back into the abyss. The darkness may have swallowed Lyra, but she would be our guiding star, lighting the path through the chaos. The gods might have orchestrated our suffering, but they could not extinguish our resolve. I tightened my grip on my sword, the weight of our anguish fueling my courage. "That's right," I whispered, feeling the conviction grow like a flame against the suffocating night. "We will fight." The thunder rumbled, not as a harbinger of doom but as a call to arms. Our cries resonated through the night, a cacophony that would not be silenced. And as the storm gathered, I understood, this was not just war. This was a reckoning, an upheaval not only of the worldly but of the divine itself. The gods may have played their tricks, but we would be the ones to rewrite the tale. With every heartbeat echoing in the silence that followed, I stood alongside Torin, ready to face the tempest. Together, we prepared to challenge the heavens, our spirits ignited with an unquenchable fire. The gods would watch, their laughter turning to unease, as we rose, the forgotten children of the earth, ready to reclaim our fate. The moon hung high, a cruel observer in a sky veiled with darkness. Shadows managed to whisper secrets, the kind that twisted deep in the marrow of the heart. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, every nerve on fire as I watched him, Paris. He moved like a phantom, ethereal yet burdened, skin glistening with tension, a desperate man caught between the worlds of night and fate. The air crackled as if the very fabric of reality trembled, holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. I remember the scent of jasmine, thick and suffocating, mingling with the fear that hung in the air, palpable and raw. Helen, oh, Helen. The embodiment of beauty, a golden flame that ignited longing in every heart. But even flames can be extinguished, can't they? I could see her, trapped in her own dreams and nightmares, ensnared in the web of her own choices. She was the heart of this darkness, and yet, she was painfully unaware of the chaos brewing around her. She danced between worlds, blissfully ignorant, her laughter echoing through the halls of Troy like a siren song. Paris's soul was a battlefield, torn between desire and duty. I watched him close his eyes, fighting against the weight of inevitability pressing down on his shoulders. I wanted to scream, to shake him from his stupor, but I was paralyzed by the gravity of the moment. The air felt electric, charged, with fragments of memory swirling around us, shadows of whispered promises and dreams shattered long before they could take flight. And then, the moment snapped. A sound, a clash of swords, the rasp of panic slicing through the night. I could see the guards, a blur of urgency, their faces contorted with shock as they rushed toward the shimmering veil of tension enveloping Paris and Helen. It was madness, chaos, pure and unfettered. I could almost taste the acrid flavor of fear, bitter on my tongue. Run! I wanted to shout, but the word fell dead in my throat, swallowed by the weight of despair. Paris, defiant and reckless, stepped forward. I could see it flicker in his eyes, a fire ignited by desperation. Helen, he called, voice hoarse with longing, with a reckless hope. In that moment, he was a moth drawn to a flame, entranced, oblivious to the shadows lurking just beyond the light. Helen turned, her gaze piercing through the veil of the night. Time slowed, her beauty was a blinding light, a weapon of seduction. But there was fear in her eyes, a spark of understanding igniting the realization that the world around them was crumbling. I could see it, the heartbeat of 1,000 destinies woven together, each thread fraying with every moment they lingered. Paris, her voice was a whisper, fragile and trembling, yet layered with intensity, each syllable a promise and a curse. Her heart was caught in two worlds, and I could feel it, the pull, the ache, the unbearable weight of her choice. But then, the guards were upon them, swords raised, ready to shatter this fragile tableau of desire and despair. I felt my pulse race, each beat echoing the clash of metal and flesh, the heart-wrenching din of a life spiraling out of control. Paris lunged, tackling one guard to the ground, and in that moment, I could feel the rage coursing through him, the adrenaline igniting something primal. Helen stood rooted, torn between two worlds, and I felt the ache in my chest deepen. She was the prize, yet the cost of her beauty was becoming insurmountable. With each clash of steel, the air grew thicker, a suffocating shroud of inevitability that threatened to swallow them whole. "Come with me!" Paris shouted, desperation spilling from his lips like a wounded animal, raw and exposed. His eyes burned with an intensity that could ignite stars, but it was a fire fueled by the recklessness of youth, of passion unfettered. "Where?" Helen's voice trembled, a question that quaked with uncertainty, the ground beneath her shifting like quicksand. "What have we done?" Every heartbeat echoed the question, "What have we done?" And there, within the chaos, I felt the weight of history bearing down upon them, the shadows of fate entwined with their very souls. The gods watched, their laughter a distant echo in the depths of night, while mortals danced unwittingly upon the strings of destiny. In an instant, the world collapsed. A guard fell, blood dark against the pale moonlight, a stark reminder of the price they were willing to pay. Helen gasped, her breath catching as she witnessed the brutality unfold, her heart shattering as the horrid truth descended like a shroud. She was trapped in a nightmare, her beauty a beacon, a curse that drew violence into their lives. "Paris," she screamed, a visceral sound that clawed at the night, reverberating through the void. "What have you brought upon us?" His answer was silence, a chasm of regret that swallowed everything in its wake. Paris's bravado cracked, revealing the boy hidden beneath the warrior skin, a raw vulnerability that mirrored her own. The battle raged on around them, but their world had collapsed into chaos, two souls entwined in a dance of destruction, unaware of the hands that were pulling the strings. I remember the feeling of helplessness, the weight of sorrow pressing down upon me as I watched them. They were caught in a web of their own making, and I could do nothing but bear witness to the tragedy unfolding. Each clash, each scream, was like a knife cutting deeper into the fabric of their lives, unraveling the very essence of who they were. Suddenly, the sky erupted. Thunder rolled, and the night split open with a flash of lightning, illuminating their faces, frozen in terror and passion, desperation and longing. The cosmos shifted, stars blinking out one by one as if the universe itself turned its back on them. And in that heartbeat, I knew this was no longer just a story. It was a reckoning, a symphony of fate that echoed through the corridors of time. The abduction had begun, but it was not just Helen being taken, it was innocence, hope, the very essence of dreams. I wanted to scream, to cry out for them to turn back, to escape this fate that loomed like a specter over them. But instead, I stood there, paralyzed, as the shadows gathered, and the tides of conflict swept over their lives, leaving nothing but echoes in the wake. All that remained was the heavy silence of the aftermath, a promise that this was only the beginning. The storm was coming, it was inevitable, and it was beautiful in its cruelty. An eerie silence enveloped the encampment, a thick blanket of tension that hung between the flickering campfires and the shadows cast by the flickering torches. It was a silence that held its breath, pregnant with the weight of uncertainty and the stench of sweat and anxiety. This wasn't just any gathering, it was the moment that could set the world aflame, the Greek forces assembled under the reluctant banner of Agamemnon. I remember the first time I saw him, the way he stood, tall and formidable, yet with an air of vulnerability that belied his power. His brow furrowed as he looked out over the assembled men, faces hardened by war and time, eyes like coals smoldering in a dark pit of grief and fear. Agamemnon was a king forged in the fires of ambition, but he was a man haunted by shadows, those damned shadows of doubt that danced just out of reach. I could feel the pulse of their shared anxiety, it wrapped around me like a vice, squeezing my chest tighter with every heartbeat. Men! His voice crashed through the stillness, a wave breaking against the jagged cliffs of uncertainty. But it wasn't certainty he offered, it was a call to arms, a rallying cry drenched in desperation. Agamemnon's words hung in the air, heavy as the sky before a storm. Today we face not only the Trojans but our own demons. The men shifted, a restless sea of armor and pride, clinking and clattering like the bones of the fallen. I could see the fear etched onto their faces, hear their breaths hitch in their throats. Then there was Achilles, a figure so mesmerizing he could draw eyes away from the sun. But even he was not infallible. His rage simmered beneath the surface, a boiling cauldron of pride and pain, and I wondered if he was at war with himself more than with any enemy. Why should I fight for a king who cannot keep his own house in order? He spat, his voice low but laced with venom. There was a fire in him, a fury that could ignite 1,000 ships, and yet it was tempered by a sorrow that made every word feel like a dagger thrust into the very heart of his purpose. The tension swelled, and I caught glimpses of the men's faces contorting in confusion, fear flickering like candle flames threatened by an icy gust. They were not just warriors, they were fathers, sons, husbands, carrying the weight of their families' hopes and dreams on their shoulders, and here they stood, ready to gamble everything on the whims of a man who seemed just as lost as they were. I felt their hearts beating in unison, a drumroll of collective dread. Agamemnon, I whispered to the wind, a boldness I didn't feel, but the name echoed back to me like a ghost. He was a puppet master, pulling strings, yet I saw the strings were fraying. You have to hold them, rally them. But how could he? The heart of a leader is a strange thing, one moment filled with valor, the next, a pit of despair. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of doubt that threatened to consume him whole. Then, just as the air thickened, the tension erupted. Agamemnon pointed a finger, shaking as if to ward off the ghosts of his own making. You question my resolve. His gaze landed on Achilles, a warrior so proud he could be mistaken for a god. But gods, I learned, bleed just like men. The two locked eyes, a dangerous game of wills dancing in the space between them. I held my breath, heart racing with the rhythm of impending violence. I question your leadership. Achilles roared, a tempest unleashed. You sacrifice honor for gold, and we are left to pay the price. The words hung like a guillotine above their heads, an executioner waiting for the signal to drop. The crowd murmured, a tidal wave of voices rising and falling like the sea against the shore. Agamemnon's face turned pale, and I could almost see the tremors running through him, the realization that his authority was a mere facade, paper-thin and fluttering in the wind. Then came the memory, a fleeting shadow of a dream, perhaps, or the remnants of a long-lost hope. I saw the faces of their families, the laughter of children, the warmth of a wife's embrace. All of it slipping between their fingers, lost to the cruel hands of war. The fires flickered with an eerie glow, casting long shadows that seemed to creep closer, hungry for the despair that loomed over the gathering. Enough! Agamemnon's voice cut through the noise like a blade, but it was laced with desperation, a plea wrapped in authority. We fight for our homes, for our honor. But who were they fighting for, really? Was it for the glory that would echo through the ages, or for the ghosts of their past, those shadows lurking just at the edge of their vision? As the air crackled with tension, I felt a strange kinship with these warriors, all of us bound by the frailty of existence. I too had dreams that felt heavy, unfulfilled promises that chased me through dark alleys of regret. I remember standing there, a mere spectator caught in a tempest of human emotion, and yet, I felt every heartbeat, every quiver of fear, like it was my own. "Agamemnon," I whispered again, this time almost a prayer. "You must lead them, or we will all drown in this storm." As his eye scanned the crowd, the flicker of resolve returned, a fire igniting deep within. But would it be enough? Would it save them all from the approaching darkness? And just like that, a new tension settled in, a waiting, a gnawing anticipation that pulled at the edges of my being. The stage was set, the players in their places, and the air thick with possibility. The lines were drawn, not just between foes but within the souls of men who longed for glory, redemption, and the chance to finally find peace. I could feel it, a wave crashing just beyond the horizon, gathering strength, ready to consume everything in its path. Time bled into itself, a chaotic symphony of clashing ideals, hopes, and fears. And just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the battlefield, I held my breath, waiting for the storm to break. Would Agamemnon find his strength? Would Achilles yield to the weight of his pride? The answer hung there, just out of reach, an echo in the darkness that promised a reckoning. And so, the air thickened, the shadows deepened, and the stage was set for a confrontation that would resonate through the ages, a clash not just of swords, but of souls, each searching for their own redemption in the heart of war. The wind howled through the narrow crevices of the ships, a mournful wail that resonated deep within me, pulling my heart taut like a bowstring. I stood on the deck, staring into the dark expanse of the Aegean Sea, the water roiling beneath us, as if it too could sense the tempest of emotions brewing in the hearts of the men around me. I remember the taste of salt, bittersweet, like the memories of home that clung to me, refusing to let go. Agamemnon, the king, stood at the prow, his face a mask carved from stone, but I could see it, the turmoil flickering behind his eyes like the dying embers of a fire left unattended. He had wrapped his destiny in the folds of this expedition, yet the burden he bore was heavier than any crown. The weight of 1,000 lives rested upon his shoulders, and I wondered if the glory of Troy was worth the tidal wave of pain that lurked in the shadows, waiting to swallow us whole. Next to me, Odysseus leaned against the ship's railing, his brow furrowed in concentration, a man trapped in the depths of his own thoughts. I remember the stories he told, the great tales of cunning and ambition, but here, in the grip of the storm, I saw the cracks in his bravado. He was a hero forged in the fires of war, but what is a hero when faced with the spectre of doubt? "What if we lose?" he whispered, his voice lost in the fury of the wind. "What if the gods cast us into darkness?" I wanted to reach out, to cradle his fear in my palms and assure him that we would return, that we would lay our eyes upon the shores of Ithaca once more. But the truth hung heavy in the air, a ghost that danced between us, reminding me that war was a fickle mistress, one that could turn even the most courageous of men to ash. The ships creaked beneath us, the wood groaning like the souls of the lost. I recalled the faces of those I'd left behind, my brother, his laughter still echoing in my mind, my mother's worried gaze as she pressed a charm into my palm, her fingers trembling, as if she could ward off fate with a simple trinket. "Remember me," she had said, her voice a fragile whisper. "Remember who you are." I squeezed the charm, cool and smooth against my skin, and the memory enveloped me, grounding me even as the vessel pitched violently against the waves. The sea was a cruel abyss, its depths filled with the bones of the forgotten, but here, in this moment of uncertainty, I could almost hear her voice above the chaos, urging me forward. And so we sailed, a fleet of dreams and despair stitched together by the tightrope of hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky bled crimson, foretelling the bloodshed that awaited us. The stars twinkled above like distant eyes, perhaps the gods themselves watching, judging, waiting for our folly. I caught sight of Achilles, fierce and beautiful, standing alone on his ship, the embodiment of wrath and passion. His golden hair fluttered like a banner in the wind, but beneath that unyielding exterior, I sensed a storm brewing, a tempest born of heartbreak. "I will not fight for Agamemnon," he declared, his voice resolute, yet laced with an underlying pain that slashed through the uncertainty like a dagger. "Not while my honor lies in tatters." I watched as he stared into the distance, his thoughts a maze of betrayal and loyalty. I understood that ache, the struggle between pride and duty. It gnawed at his insides, a viper's nest of emotion, and I felt the pull of his turmoil reverberate within me. "We are not merely soldiers, we are men," I shouted over the din of the wind, desperation threading my words. "And we must navigate this war with our hearts, not just our swords." My voice trembled, the weight of my own uncertainty clawing at me, but his gaze met mine, and for a moment, time suspended itself between us, fragile yet powerful. The sea surged beneath us, the water rising, battering our ships like the hands of fate demanding retribution. What is glory worth if it costs us our very souls? I continued, praying that my words could breach the chasm between us. But then the storm broke, unleashing its fury with a primal roar, waves crashing against the hull as if the ocean itself sought to swallow us whole. The ship lurched violently, and I found myself thrown against the rail, the cold metal biting into my skin as I struggled to regain my footing. Panic roared in my chest, a wild beast desperate to escape. Through the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Agamemnon, his voice rising above the tumult, commanding the men with a fierce desperation. "Steady! Hold fast! We will not be undone!" He was the king, the heart of our expedition, but even his words faltered against the angry sea. I turned back to Odysseus, who was grappling with the ropes, his jaw clenched, the lines of his face stark against the swirling storm. "We must make a choice," he shouted, each syllable a thunderclap that echoed in my bones. "Surrender to the chaos or fight against it." In that moment, as the ship teetered on the brink of destruction, I realized we were all ghosts in this tempest, haunted by our choices, our desires, our fears. The sea roared, a beast ravenous for our souls, but within that abyss, I felt a flicker of resolve begin to awaken inside me. It wasn't just about reaching Troy anymore, it was about confronting the very essence of who we were. A confrontation with our deepest fears and desires. And as the waves crashed around us, I knew this was just the beginning of our odyssey, a quest not only of survival but of self-discovery. The storm raged on, but I gripped the rail tighter, feeling the pulse of the ship, the heartbeat of the men beside me. Together, we stood on the precipice of fate, and as the thunder clapped overhead, it felt as if the very heavens themselves were holding their breath, waiting for our next move. And the journey? It was only just beginning. The horizon burned like the embers of a dying star, vivid reds and oranges bleeding into the darkening sky, a prelude to the chaos that was about to engulf the world. I remember the moment vividly, the air thick with the scent of sweat and iron, the distant clash of shields echoing like thunderclaps, rattling through the marrow of my bones. For days, we had gathered beneath the looming walls of Troy, an ancient fortress that had stood undaunted against the passage of time, and now, it bore witness to our resolve, our fury, our desperation. I stood beside Odysseus, his face a mask of determination, but beneath that steely exterior, I could sense the tremor of doubt. He was a man of strategy, of cunning, yet here, surrounded by the acrid stench of impending doom, he felt the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. "What if we fail?" he whispered, the words slipping from his lips like secrets meant only for the gods. I held his gaze, the fire in my own heart flickering uncertainly. "Then we shall burn with honor, my friend," I replied, but even as I said it, a tremor of uncertainty rippled through me. To my left, Achilles stood, the embodiment of fury and beauty wrapped in a golden sheen of armor, his muscles taut and ready for battle. Yet, beneath that exterior, I caught glimpses of a soul wrestling with its own demons. Rage simmered just beneath the surface, an insatiable thirst for glory and revenge that made my skin prickle. I could see it in the way he flexed his fingers around the hilt of his sword, twitching, eager, but also terrified of what he might unleash. "Let them come," he roared, but I could hear the crack in his voice, the desperation to drown his fear in blood. The first wave struck like a wild gust of wind, chaotic and merciless. Trojan soldiers, faces painted with determination, charged toward us, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. I felt the rush of adrenaline roaring in my veins, the thrill of impending violence igniting the air around us. My heart raced, and for a fleeting moment, I was alive, truly alive. But then, sharp screams tore through the air, piercing the moment like arrows, and I was reminded of the cost of this fervor. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of madness. I remember the first time I saw blood spill on that hallowed ground, a Trojan's warrior, his face twisted in pain, crumpling like a broken doll under the weight of death. The sun, once a golden orb of hope, now flickered ominously as shadows danced upon the battlefield. I felt it, an icy touch creeping down my spine, a whisper of what was to come. "What have we done?" I muttered, a question swallowed by the cacophony of war. The skirmishes escalated, each clash of swords igniting a firestorm of emotion. I fought alongside my brothers, the thrill of combat mixing with a profound terror. Each time I swung my sword, I could feel my heartbeat echoing in my ears, and it quickened with every scream that shattered the air, every life extinguished in the blink of an eye. Every blow weighed heavy on my conscience. I saw faces, children, mothers, fathers, flashing before me, each one a reminder of the humanity we were trying to obliterate. Then, amidst the chaos, I caught sight of Odysseus again. He was dodging a strike, a dance of life and death, but his eyes, those piercing, stormy eyes, held a depth of sorrow that struck me. "We fight for honor," he shouted, but I could see the ghosts dancing in his mind, the memories of those who had fallen before us, those he had lost. I could feel the unrelenting pressure of his guilt pressing against his heart. "But at what cost?" I shouted back, the words laced with the bitter acridity of fear and uncertainty. Achilles burst forward, a flame in the night, the embodiment of relentless wrath. He cut through the enemy as if they were mere shadows, his battle cry echoing through the air, a sound both terrifying and exhilarating. But with every life he took, I could see his soul fraying, unraveling, like threads pulled too tightly until they snapped. "I am the sword of vengeance," he yelled, but the sound of desperation rang hollow, reverberating against the walls of Troy. The ground soaked up the blood of the fallen, a dark reminder of our violence. Each drop felt like a piece of my own soul spilling into the dust, the cries of the dying mingling with the cries of the living, a haunting chorus that would forever echo in my dreams. I remember the moment I lost my footing, my heart plunging into the abyss as I struck down a soldier, a boy, barely older than my own nephew. The shock paralyzed me, and as his eyes closed for the last time, a part of me shattered, irretrievably lost in that instant. And then came the lull, a brief silence as if the world itself was holding its breath, pregnant with anticipation. The shadows stretched long across the battlefield, and for a heartbeat, a profound stillness settled, creating a deceptive calm that whispered of the storm to come. I could see the faces of my comrades, their expressions etched with a mix of dread and fury, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. This was merely a taste of the horrors that lay ahead. I remember looking up at the towering walls of Troy, the city that was both a sanctuary and a prison, its stones imbued with the weight of history. It felt like a living entity, watching us, judging us. I felt the burden of our choices coiling around my heart, squeezing until I could scarcely breathe. "What have we awakened?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the distant cries of agony, the blood-soaked earth cradling our sins. With each heartbeat, I could feel the tension building, the clock ticking down toward our impending confrontation, toward the darkness that loomed just beyond the horizon. The ghosts of our choices would rise, unyielding, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of crimson, I knew that the true battle was yet to begin. The siege of Troy had just commenced, and we were caught in a whirlwind of fate, swirling toward an abyss from which there would be no return. My heart drummed a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a frantic plea for survival as I gripped my sword tighter, the cold steel a reminder of the cost of glory. The storm was coming, and we were but pawns in a game played by gods and demons alike. I could feel it, the pulse of destiny thrumming around us, relentless and unforgiving. The battlefield stretched out like a stained canvas, a visceral panorama smeared with desperation, hope, and the tang of blood under a pallid sun. I remember the heat bearing down, the way it twisted the air, everything shimmered, as if the world were dissolving around me. And then came the screams of men caught in the throes of destiny, the kind that claw at your insides and echo in your dreams long after the battle has ended. Achilles stood there, a titan among mortals, his silhouette stark against the chaos. His golden hair flared like a halo, but it was the fire in his eyes that scorched the soul. I remember watching him, my heart racing, each beat heavy with unworthiness. Here was the greatest warrior the world had ever known, a storm rolled up in flesh and fury. But beneath that impenetrable exterior lay a heart, raw and bleeding, a heart torn between pride and grief. Beside him, Patroclus stood, his face a mask of determination, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. How could he not? He loved Achilles, not just as a friend, but as something deeper, something that twisted him into knots of longing and fear. Each moment spent in Achilles' shadow was a reminder of the abyss that separated them. "You're the best," he whispered once, voice trembling, "but even the best can fall." A thought that haunted him echoed in the silence between sword blows. "Patroclus!" Achilles roared, the sound ripping through the air like a bolt of lightning. "Stay back!" But Patroclus did not stay back. He stepped forward, the desperation in his gait palpable, a man caught between loyalty and despair. In his eyes, I saw the turbulent sea of sacrifice, the desire to prove himself, to stand alongside the god forged in mortal flesh. I remember when the first spear flew, time slowing down as it arced through the air, glinting like a promise made under false stars. It struck true, embedding itself into the flesh of a lesser-known warrior, a man whose name would be lost in the fog of history. But not for Patroclus. He felt it all, the shudder of life leaving this earth, the weight of a promise unfulfilled. "What is glory worth?" he whispered, glancing up at Achilles, searching for answers in those stormy depths. "What is it worth when the price is our souls?" Achilles, unyielding, drew his sword with a passion that illuminated the darkness enveloping them. "You don't understand, Patroclus. This is our fate. This is how we will be remembered." Yet, even as he spoke, I saw the cracks forming, the fear of losing Patroclus gnawing at his insides, a fear that twisted his victories into hollow echoes. The clang of metal rang out, a symphony of chaos, and then an eerie silence fell, as if the world itself held its breath. Shadows danced around them, creeping closer, reminding me of the ghosts that haunted their every step. I felt the tension weave through the air, thick enough to cut, almost like a noose tightening around their fates. The lines between men and monsters blurred in moments like this. Then came the clash that shook the heavens. It was a whirlwind of desperation and strength, as Achilles cut down foes with a grace that belied the brutality of war. Each swing was a promise, each kill a step towards immortality. Yet in that frenzy, I sensed the storm brewing within him, the shadows that whispered, "What if? What if you lose him?" With every life taken, a piece of his soul chipped away, lost to the annals of glory and the price of vengeance. "Achilles!" Patroclus shouted, his voice lost among the cacophony, but Achilles could not hear him. He was caught in the tide, the bloodlust pulling him deeper into the abyss. "Don't do this." But it was too late. Achilles was a comet, blazing through the night sky, destined to burn bright but fleeting, leaving only ashes in his wake. I remember the moment the spear struck, not Patroclus's flesh, but Achilles' heart, when he finally realized the weight of his own ambition. Much like the clock that ticks down to midnight, each second stole away some fragment of their shared future. Patroclus fell, a gasp escaping his lips, a sound that shattered the very fabric of Achilles' world. The battlefield fell silent, the screams fading away, replaced by the haunting echo of a heart breaking. In those heart-stopping moments, I felt the universe shift, every star aligning in a cruel dance of fate. Achilles dropped to his knees, the air thick with grief, heavy as iron chains. I remember the laughter he choked out, voice trembling, the sun on our skin, the dreams we spun. He was no longer the invincible warrior, he was a man stripped bare, exposed to the cold grip of fate. The world around them blurred as the reality of loss sank in, pulling Achilles under, drowning him in sorrow. I could almost taste the salt of his tears, mingling with the earth that cradled Patroclus, the man who dared to stand at his side, who dared to love him without reservation. And there I stood, an invisible witness, my heart pounding, the weight of their love and tragedy pressing against my chest. The battlefield, once a stage for glory, felt like a mausoleum, a somber reminder that even the legends we create are built on the fragile bones of dreams lost to time. I remember the shadows closing in on Achilles, whispering tales of vengeance, of revenge so sweet it could almost mask the taste of grief. But every strike he took, every life he extinguished, felt like a tribute to a love lost, a love he could never reclaim. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting crimson hues across the sky, like blood spilled upon the earth. Achilles, the greatest warrior, now stood at the precipice of despair, while Patroclus lay silent, his laughter echoing like a ghost among the ruins. This was not just a battle, it was a requiem for all that was lost, a haunting dance between love and war, where the stakes were higher than any man could bear. Time twisted and turned, an unrelenting current, drawing them closer to the inevitable. But in that moment, amidst the chaos and heartbreak, I felt the truth resonate: even the greatest heroes are but shadows of their desires. Achilles would rise again, fueled by a fury that could consume worlds, but he would always carry with him the weight of a love lost, a love that transcended even death itself. As the night drew down, I couldn't help but wonder, what would come next? Each heartbeat echoed the question, a relentless drumbeat in the silence that followed, a silence pregnant with the promise of power and pain, forever entwined in the dance of fate. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke rising from the campfires, where men murmured like restless ghosts. Shadows danced on the canvas of night, flickering in the dim light, casting doubts where certainty once stood. I stood there, a heartbeat away from chaos, the thrum of anger pulsating through my veins, every pulse a reminder of the storm brewing in my chest. Achilles, the invincible warrior, sat rigid, his jaw clenched so tight it looked as if it might shatter. His eyes, usually ablaze with the fire of 1,000 suns, now simmered with a cold fury. It was a wrath that turned the very air into ice, and I felt it washing over me like a wave, threatening to drown the remnants of reason in its wake. The man was a tempest, and in this moment, I was but a fragile leaf caught in his gale. Agamemnon, his name echoed like a death knell, heavy and foreboding. The king, draped in power like a mantle, stood across from Achilles, his brow furrowed, an impenetrable wall of arrogance. He was a king, yes, but in his eyes, I saw the flicker of fear, the fear of a lion who had wandered too close to a pack of wolves. The whispers of the men around us filled the air with a palpable anxiety, a soundscape of uncertainty layered over the sharp tension between these two titans. I remember, I thought, the day we arrived on these shores, hearts ablaze with glory, dreaming of legends. How naive we were, believing we could carve our names into the sands of time. But legends fade, and what remained in that moment was not the glory of war but the bitter taste of betrayal. Agamemnon's voice cut through the night, sharp and biting. "You dare defy me, Achilles?" The words dripped with disdain, each syllable a dagger aimed at the hero's heart. And in that heartbeat, I felt the universe constrict, time stretching like a bowstring pulled taut. With a flick of his wrist, Agamemnon summoned his authority, but it was a hollow power, echoing against the stones of the past. Achilles responded, his voice low and dangerous, "You take what is mine, and expect me to bow." The challenge ignited the air, a spark dancing on the precipice of a full-blown inferno. The tension between the two men was a tangible force, wrapping around us like a serpent ready to strike. I could see the ghosts of our fallen comrades in the flickering shadows, their faces a haunting reminder of sacrifice. What price have we paid? I wondered. Each man had shed blood on this soil. But the cost was not merely counted in lives, it was measured in honor, respect, the currency of kings. Suddenly, Achilles stood, a titan among mortals, the very embodiment of wrath. His presence radiated fury, a storm ready to unleash its fury. "You think you can strip me of my prize? You think a king deserves more than a warrior?" His words thundered, crashing like waves against the cliffs of Agamemnon's pride. The silence that followed was heavy, oppressive, a moment suspended in time where nothing existed but the weight of their conflict. I could feel the breath of the gods above, watching, hungry for blood. Every man held his breath, as if exhaling would shatter the fragile balance. Agamemnon, stubborn as a mountain, refused to back down. "Your pride blinds you, Achilles. You think you are the storm, but I am the sky." The arrogance in his voice was a blade, cutting through the tension with a sickening finality. But Achilles stood resolute, his heart a furnace, and I saw the flicker of doubt begin to stir within Agamemnon's fortress of bravado. The air tasted metallic, like impending rain, and I could feel the eyes of the men on us, hungry for resolution, frightened of the chaos that could unravel. What has become of us? I found myself thinking, caught in the web of their fury. Our camaraderie, once a tapestry woven with threads of loyalty, now frayed and torn, hanging by the thinnest of strands. In that moment, every wound, every unspoken grievance erupted like a volcano. "You are not a king to me," Achilles shouted, the rawness in his voice vibrating through the night. "You are a thief." The word hung heavy, a stone cast into the stillness of the air. "Thief!" Agamemnon echoed, his face twisting in rage, a mask of indignation. "And what of you? A god among men, yet you act like a child." The harshness of it stung the air, a whip crack of truth, cutting deeper than any sword could. But Achilles, fierce and unyielding, stepped forward, body poised like a coiled serpent, ready to strike. "I am no child, Agamemnon. I am the storm that will tear you apart." The threat lingered, tangible as fog, the promise of violence hanging unspoken between them. And then, silence, thick and suffocating, where even the whispers of the night ceased, leaving only the echoes of their words. I could feel the weight of decision looming, the fragility of their futures entwined in a single moment. What was coming was inevitable, a confrontation that would fracture the very core of our brotherhood. I remember the laughter we shared, I thought, as I stood amidst the turmoil, a spectator to the downfall of legends. But now, all that remains is the taste of ash in my mouth. Achilles turned away, the fierce resolve in his eyes dimming slightly, replaced by a flicker of something deeper, betrayal, perhaps, or an understanding that the bonds forged in the fires of war were not as strong as he had believed. "You may have my prize, Agamemnon," he said, his voice low and filled with an ancient sorrow. "But you take my heart with it." With those words, a silence fell that echoed louder than the clash of swords. The tension shattered like glass, leaving jagged pieces of unresolved conflict hanging in the air. In that moment, I knew, a battle for more than mere honor was brewing, a battle for the very soul of what it meant to be human amidst the abyss of war. I could feel the churning cosmos above, stars and fate aligned, and I braced for the storm yet to come, knowing it was only the beginning of a darkness that would consume us all. The air crackles with tension, the battlefield shrouded in a haze of dust and blood. I can hear the clashing of swords, the metallic ring, sharp as a scream. Each clash echoes in my chest, a reminder that time is slipping away, a countdown I cannot escape. The sun hangs low, casting long shadows that dance like wraiths over the bodies strewn across the ground. I remember Patroclus, his laughter mingling with the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Before all this, before the war, his eyes, once bright with mischief, now clouded with resolve, pierced through the chaos. I'm not sure if he's brave or just desperate. Perhaps both. There's a tremor in my hand, a wicked sense of foreboding that coils around my heart. I see him there, charging into the fray, the armor glinting like a beacon of hope amidst despair. And I, Achilles, simply a shadow in his light, call out, but my voice gets swallowed by the cacophony of death. Patroclus! The name is a plea, a prayer, but it dissolves into the air, drifting away like smoke. My throat tightens, and I can't breathe. I remember our shared dreams, the laughter of youth, the foolish hopes we built on the sands of a distant shore. But dreams hold no weight here. On this cursed ground, death is the only reality. Patroclus presses forward, fueled by fury and an unquenchable desire to protect. He wears my armor, a gesture heavy with meaning, but I can't help but think it's a cruel irony. My name is etched into each piece, but it's his spirit that animates them now. I can almost see the shadows of the past flickering behind him, our goofy escapades, the time we dared to swim in the frigid waters of the Aegean, laughing at the chill. But laughter fades before the onslaught of war. Stay close to me, he calls, but there's an urgency in his voice, an understanding that he's stepping into a storm he cannot control. The very sky seems to shudder with anticipation. I can see the Trojans, fierce as wolves, gathering against him, their eyes glinting with the promise of blood. My heart races, each beat a drum echoing a warning. The moment stretches, time warping in ways that make the earth beneath us feel surreal, like a dream where you're falling but never seem to hit the ground. I move, but my feet are sluggish, rooted in a quagmire of dread. What if this is the last time I see him? What if I never hear that laughter again? Then it happens. A sharp intake of breath, a moment suspended in horror. I watch as he swings his spear, the weapon a blur, but the tension hangs heavy, palpable. And then, in an instant, a figure lunges, faster than thought. My heart lurches, its agony distilled into a singular moment. I see the flash of bronze, the glint of a blade, and then, as if the world has conspired against me, a scream cuts through the air. Patroclus falls. Time fractures. Everything around me blurs as I rush forward, my world narrowing to a pinprick of focus, the body crumpling to the ground, the earth swallowing him whole. The air is thick with the stench of sweat and iron, but all I can taste is salt, the tears I can't will myself to shed. He's down, and the light in his eyes dims, flickering like a dying flame. Patroclus! I scream, the sound raw and torn from the depths of my soul. My voice is a dagger, sharp and futile. I feel like I'm screaming into the void, and every echo fills me with despair. I remember every moment, every secret, the way he looked at me as if I were the universe itself. But now, he's laying there, lifeless, the weight of his dreams crushed beneath the relentless march of fate. The world around me keeps moving, carnage reigns, warriors clash, but I am frozen, a statue carved from grief. I see the silhouette of Hector, a dark shadow cast against the twilight, like a ghost haunting my every breath. His laughter rings hollow in my ears, a mockery of all we dreamed. I remember the way Patroclus would find joy in the smallest things, his laughter ringing like music, silencing everything else. But now, I can only hear the sound of my own heart fracturing. I rush to Patroclus's side, cradling his head in my arms, the ground beneath us cold as ice. "You can't leave me," I whisper, but the words scrape against my throat, bitter and mocking. The world blurs as tears finally spill, hot and unabashed. I'm not sure if they're for him or for me. His face is pale, lips parted as if in a silent plea. I can't let this be the end. I remember the tales of heroes, the legends that taught me to believe in fate, but all I can feel is the crushing weight of loss. I need him, he is the anchor to my stormy heart, the laughter that fills my void. The thought of a life without him is a gaping wound that will never heal. Patroclus, I choke, the name a prayer, a curse. The battlefield fades away, the cries of war becoming distant echoes, and all that remains is this moment, raw, painful, electric. I can feel the universe spiraling, collapsing into this singularity of grief. But then there's a flicker, an ember of fire igniting within me. Rage, wild and untamed, springs forth like a tempest. I will not let this end here. I will make the world pay. I will take my grief and turn it to vengeance. I remember the nights we spent under the stars, dreaming of glory and honor. But now, there's only one thought: Hector must die. I can feel the shift within me, a dark promise swelling like a storm. In Patroclus's memory, I will rise. And as I stand to confront my fate, the shadows whisper of the path ahead, each step a heartbeat racing toward inevitable confrontation. Grief and rage intertwine, a dance of destruction, and I know that whatever comes next will be forged in the fires of this moment. Time stretches again, each second an eternity, and in that space, I feel his spirit, urging me forward. The battle calls, and I am ready to answer. The world spins on, but for me, it will never be the same. The death of Patroclus is not an end, it is a beginning, a turning point carved in blood and fire. Chapter 15. The return of Achilles, rage and revenge. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke, a miasma that clung to the throat like a half-remembered dream. The ground trembled beneath his feet, a heartbeat of the earth itself, echoing the rage that coursed through Achilles' veins. He stood, a statue of fury and grief, at the edge of the battlefield, where the cries of the dying mingled with the clang of metal and the hollow thud of bodies hitting the ground. Everything felt sharp, defined, every shadow a memory, every flicker of light a promise of vengeance. I remember the moment the tide shifted, the moment Achilles returned to the fray. The sun hung low, a fiery eye glaring down upon his enemies, and with each step he took, the world seemed to bend around him, fear suffusing the air, choking it, giving life to whispered legends of a warrior reborn. The blood of his friend Patroclus still stained his hands, still clung to the fabric of his heart, and now it screamed for revenge, clawing at his insides like a caged beast desperate to be released. In the darkened corners of his mind, memories danced, an echo of laughter, a shared cup of wine, the warmth of a hand clasped in friendship. But now, all that remained was a hollow ache that twisted like a dagger in his gut. I should have been there, he thought, but those thoughts were drowned out by the roar of his own fury. Each enemy that fell before him was a step closer to silencing the guilt that gnawed at him, but the emptiness remained, a relentless shadow at his heels. Across the battlefield, Hector stood, defiant and resolute. His heart was like a drum, pounding in his chest, heavy with the weight of his own losses. He was a guardian of his city, its walls crumbling under the relentless assault, and yet, it was the weight of his brother's death that crushed him with each breath. The whispers of his people, their desperation and fear, coiled around him like a serpent, urging him onward to face the vengeful spectre of Achilles. I remember, Hector muttered under his breath, I remember the warmth of family, the laughter of children. But that warmth was lost to him now, frigid shadows creeping into his soul. He fought not just for Troy, but for the flickering memories of a life that had been, each strike of his sword fueled by a desperate longing to protect what little remained. He could see Achilles on the horizon, a storm unleashed, and in that moment everything felt impossibly small, like a candle flickering in a tempest. And yet, there was something majestic in the chaos, something almost beautiful about the dance of death unfolding before them. The sky was painted in hues of crimson and gold, a breathtaking backdrop to their tragic tale, as if the gods themselves wept for the inevitability of it all. The earth drank deeply, soaking up the life that was being spilled, and in that morbid communion, a pact was forged, a promise of blood that would stain the pages of history. Achilles surged forward, fueled by the fire of his grief. Every step was a declaration, every swing of his sword a testament to his rage. The warriors around him fell before his wrath like wheat before the scythe, but with each life he took, he felt that hollow ache in his chest only grow. Was this what vengeance tasted like? A bitter wine that turned to ash on his tongue? He fought not just against Hector, but against the ghosts of all he had lost, Patroclus, the laughter of friends, the warmth of a home that no longer existed. I will find you, he whispered to the wind, a vow wrapped in the weight of his despair. He charged forward, eyes locked on Hector, the man who stood between him and the only solace left. Time stretched, the world slowing, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of titans. And then, in that charged moment, a crackling silence enveloped them. For a heartbeat, nothing existed but the two of them, warriors bound by duty and loss, by the love they had both once known. Hector lifted his sword, a glimmer of defiance in his eyes, and in that gaze, Achilles saw not an enemy, but a reflection of his own agony. Do you think this ends with your death? Hector shouted, voice cracking under the weight of his own sorrow. You will never be whole again. The truth of those words, raw and unrelenting, struck Achilles like a blow. Would killing Hector bring back Patroclus? Would it erase the scars carved into his soul? But rage twisted his heart, and he lunged forward, and the world erupted into chaos, a whirlwind of shouts and steel, a visceral clash that sent tremors through the earth. Each strike resonated deep within him, each parry a reminder of what was at stake. They danced around one another, two sides of the same coin, their fates intertwined in a tapestry of blood and grief. As the night deepened, shadows stretched across the battlefield like fingers reaching into their souls, urging them to confront the darkness within. Achilles' breath came in ragged gasps. This was not just a battle against Hector, but against the very essence of loss and love. He could feel Patroclus beside him, a phantom presence, and for a moment, time blurred. I remember the night sky, he thought, the stars whispering secrets of eternity. But that was all in the past, and he was here, caught in the throes of vengeance, each heartbeat another step toward that fateful culmination. And in that fractured space between life and death, vengeance and salvation, Achilles and Hector would clash, and the world would hold its breath for the inevitable blow that would echo through eternity. The cycle of rage and revenge spiraled, each moment stretching like the fabric of time itself, beckoning them both to confront their destinies, forever entwined in a dance of shadows and light. The sky above Troy bled crimson as the sun dipped below the horizon, the air thick with the smoke of dying men. I stood there, heart hammering like the war drums that echoed in the distance, my breath ragged, each inhale filled with the acrid scent of fear. The ground trembled beneath me, pulsing with the weight of countless souls trapped between glory and despair. I was Hector, the shield of my people, yet doubts gnawed at me like rats on flesh. Would today be the day my name faded into whispers, lost among the ashes? A figure emerged through the chaos, the silhouette of a man cloaked in shadows. It was Paris, my brother, a man whose heart swayed like a feather in the wind, unpredictable, unreliable. I could see it in his eyes, the flickering light of fear, the desperate longing for approval, for brotherhood. "Hector," he called, voice trembling, the name hanging in the air like a haunting melody. "What if it's all for nothing? What if we lose?" His words struck me like a blade to the gut. The war raged on around us, a cacophony of clashing swords and dying breaths, and here he stood, questioning the very fabric of our fight. I wanted to scream, to shake him until reason returned to his gaze, but I knew it would do no good. Paris was a dreamer in a nightmare, a painter trying to depict a sunrise in the heart of a storm. "We fight for Troy, brother," I replied, my voice steady, though the tremor within echoed louder than any battle cry. "We fight for our family, for honor." But as I spoke, I felt the weight of that honor pressing down on me, crushing, suffocating. The shimmering threads of glory I had woven into my identity began to fray. What kind of champion was I if my family was crumbling beneath the weight of my expectations? I glanced back to the horizon, where the sun dipped lower, as if it, too, wished to escape this dreadful reality. Then, like a flash of lightning, the moment shattered. The enemy's war cries rose, drowning out my thoughts, transforming the air into a weapon. I turned, my heart racing, muscles coiled like a spring. There, charging towards us, was Achilles, the infamous warrior, radiant in the dying light. His presence was a storm, fierce and unrelenting. I had heard the legends, his wrath could fell entire legions. But in this moment, it was not just the fight that haunted me, it was the fear of my own inadequacies in facing such a titan. "Will you run, Hector?" he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain, a wicked grin playing on his lips like a child teasing a trapped animal. "Or will you finally meet your fate?" Fate. The word lingered, heavy and ominous. I remembered my father's voice echoing in my mind, warning me of the inevitability of destiny. "A man's worth is tied to his choices," he would say, his eyes reflecting the weight of generations. But what choices did I have left? I could feel the eyes of the city upon me, the hopes and dreams of hundreds resting on my shoulders. There was no escape from their gaze, it was a noose tightening around my throat, each heartbeat a reminder of the life I bore. "Today, I will not run," I said, each word a dagger of defiance thrown back into the storm. I stepped forward, drawing my sword, the metal gleaming with an intensity that mirrored the fire in my heart. I could feel the cool hilt beneath my fingers, a familiar embrace that grounded me in a sea of chaos. "I will face you, Achilles, and I will fight for Troy." And so, we clashed, two storms colliding, the ground beneath us trembling with each blow. The world around me faded, reduced to the rhythm of our breath, the echo of steel meeting steel, the pulse of life and death in every strike. I felt alive in this moment, raw and electrified. There was power in facing one's demons, even if they bore the guise of a man. Every swing of my sword was a release, a way to exorcise the ghosts that haunted me, the faces of those I loved, the echoes of laughter now silenced by war. But fear still clung to me, a spectre looming in the corner of my mind. What if I fell? What if my children grew up without a father, my wife alone in a world steeped in grief? I could almost hear their laughter ringing in my ears, a distant memory that could be snuffed out in an instant. "I remember," I whispered, my heart a drum in my chest, the sound drowning out the chaos. "I remember the warmth of their smiles, the way my daughter wraps her tiny hands around my fingers. I remember, with each passing second, the weight of my love clashed with the reality of our fight, a visceral pain that threatened to choke me. Yet, in the brightness of battle, I found clarity. My fight was not merely for survival, but for every heartbeat, every laugh shared amongst the ruins of Troy. I fought not just to be a champion, but to be their champion. Then, with a final, desperate surge, I struck. The world held its breath as Achilles stumbled back, surprise flickering across his face for a fleeting moment. Time slowed, stretching into infinity, each second a brush with fate. I had done it. I had carved a moment from the cosmos, a heartbeat of defiance against the tide of despair. But victory came at a cost. The rush of triumph faded as I felt the sting of steel plunge into my side, a betrayal of flesh from a warrior I had underestimated. Darkness crept at the edges of my vision, but I held on, gritting my teeth against the pain. The world began to blur, fading into shadows, but amidst the chaos, I could hear Paris's frantic voice, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. "Hector," he screamed, desperation woven into every syllable, pulling me back from the precipice. His fear was palpable, wrapping around me like a shroud. "Don't leave me." "Don't," I reached for him, fingers trembling, the warmth of brotherhood a flickering flame against the encroaching darkness. But as my vision dimmed, I understood the truth of the moment unfolding before me. There is no true victory in battle, only the haunting echoes of loss that linger long after the last sword is drawn. And in that fleeting glimpse of light, I realized it was never about the fight. It was about the people we love, the legacies we leave behind, and the choices we make in the face of an unforgiving war. As the shadows closed in, I knew that the fight for Troy would never end, and neither would the love that fueled it. The air was thick, electric with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Darkness hung low, a shroud of impending doom that wrapped around the battlefield, choking the cries of the wounded and the clamor of war. The ground trembled underfoot, a living entity that breathed with anticipation, waiting for the inevitable clash of titans. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, each beat a countdown to the moment that would either shatter the world or bind it in unbreakable chains. I remember the glint of bronze, the sheen of polished metal against the dying light, a harbinger of what was to come. Achilles stood like a god born of rage and sorrow, his eyes dark and stormy, the weight of grief etched across his features. Each muscle in his body was coiled, ready to spring, every fiber of his being a cacophony of anger and loss. He had lost Patroclus, his heart laid bare in the hollow space left behind, and now the world had narrowed to this duel, this moment where fate would seal their destinies. He was a tempest, a force of nature, yet beneath that ferocity lay a vulnerability that cut deeper than any sword. And then there was Hector, standing on the edge of twilight, a prince of Troy forged in honor and duty, yet haunted by the specter of inevitability. I remember his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, his breath short and shallow, as if each inhalation was a prayer. He faced his demise with an unsettling calm, a well of sorrow pooling behind his eyes, where love for his family wrestled with the weight of honor. He was a man prepared for the worst yet yearning for redemption, the flickering flame of hope dimming with every step he took toward Achilles. The ground beneath them was stained red, not just with the blood of warriors but with the dreams of those who had dared to challenge fate. I could smell the acrid scent of sweat and iron mingling in the air, the metallic tang sharp on my tongue, a reminder that life was fleeting, a game played with dice that rolled against you. The shadows danced around them, mocking their plight, whispering tales of glory and despair. It was as if the world held its breath, the wind pausing in reverence, waiting for the moment when two souls would collide in a breathtaking explosion of violence and emotion. I remember the sound, a heartbeat, a drum roll of battle, when they surged towards one another, two forces spiraling into chaos. The clash of metal rang like a death knell, a cry that echoed through the ages, slicing the silence like a knife. Achilles charged with the ferocity of a wild beast, and Hector met him, resolute, the very embodiment of a man standing on the precipice of eternity. Each swing was a testament to their struggles, a tragic ballet of sorrow and rage, a dance that would leave one standing while the other lay broken in the dust. The sky darkened as if mourning the loss of innocence, the stars flickering like candles snuffed out by an unseen hand. I could see the desperation etched into Hector's face, a fleeting moment of doubt that gnawed at him. He was not just fighting for his life, he was fighting for the love of a father, the laughter of a child, the warmth of a wife who waited with bated breath. Each blow exchanged was a reminder of what was at stake, every parry a silent scream against the universe's cruel design. The space between them crackled with energy, each breath heavy with the weight of consequence. And Achilles, oh, Achilles! He was a broken vessel, filled with rage and grief, but still, there was a flicker of humanity buried beneath the surface. I could sense his own fears, the gnawing question that clawed at him: would this battle bring him peace, or would it chain him to a cycle of violence? With every strike, he was not just killing Hector, he was killing a part of himself, the part that still dreamed of camaraderie, of laughter shared over wine beneath the stars. I remember the moment when fate swung like a pendulum, the air heavy with unspoken words. The tide of battle shifted, and I felt it within my bones, a deep, resounding truth. Hector faltered, his foot sliding on the blood-soaked earth, eyes wide, realization dawning too late. Achilles struck, and the world held its breath. The impact was visceral, the sound of metal meeting flesh, a grotesque symphony that reverberated through the void. In that heartbeat, a silence fell, thick and suffocating, as if the universe itself mourned the loss of what could have been. I could see Hector's eyes widen, pupils dilating with the understanding that he was unraveling, that he was slipping away into the shadows, leaving behind a world that would never know his name without the stain of tragedy. It was a death unlike any other, a final breath drawn in defiance, heavy with the burden of love and loss. And then the moment hung in the air, fragile like the last petal on a dying flower, both beautiful and heartbreaking. Achilles stood over him, and I could see the flicker of remorse, a recognition that this victory was laced with hollow triumph. The ground whispered secrets of despair, and the stars above seemed to weep for the lives intertwined, for the bonds that would never be forged again. I remember standing there, caught in the pool of their destinies, unable to look away, unable to breathe. The duel was over, but the war within them raged on. Time itself felt unmoored, a river flowing backward, where the echoes of their choices would ripple through eternity. The world had tilted, fate sealed in blood and tears, leaving behind a haunting memory that would never fade. As the dust settled, I could feel the shadows encroaching, the darkness spreading like a virus, promising that this was not just the end but a beginning, a cycle that would continue, spiraling into the faces of the next generations, where love and loss would forever dance in the twilight. The battle may have ended, but both Achilles and Hector were bound by the threads of fate, entwined in a sorrowful embrace that would echo through the annals of time. The battlefield lay still, a graveyard of broken dreams. The air hung thick, vibrating with the cries of ghosts, echoing through the crumbling ruins. I stood at the edge, the smell of iron mingling with the earth, the weight of loss pressing against my chest like a stone. Lush memories of laughter, of love, faded into the background, ghosts of a time when the world was not so heavy. I remember Helen, her beauty like a flame, flickering in the wind of despair, drawing men to her even as the world crumbled around us. I remember the way her laughter danced on the air, a haunting melody that belied the chaos. She stood before the walls of Troy, defiant, while the fury of war raged like a tempest in her heart. Her eyes, pools of fire and regret, held the weight of 1,000 broken promises. How could one woman hold so much power, and yet feel so utterly powerless? She was a queen, a lover, a tragic figure sewn into the fabric of war. "Is it worth it?" she whispered to me one night, her voice trembling like the flame of a candle in a storm. Was it worth the blood, the tears, the endless night? I could see the shadows of her past flickering behind her, every soldier who had died for her beauty, every heart shattered by desire's cruel grip. The answer hung in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. Andromache, her rival, was a mother grounded in earth and grief. Her son was the light of her life, a tiny spark against the vast darkness of war. Yet here I was, watching her face twist with anguish, the weight of impending loss carving lines into her brow. "He will not be a soldier," she vowed, her voice raw, a plea to the gods who had long abandoned us. "I will not let this war take him too." But oh, how cruel fate can be. The gods twisted their smiles, their laughter echoing in her ears, mocking her, and I felt the chill of inevitability creeping in. "Do you believe in love beyond death?" she asked, her eyes searching mine, desperate for something, anything, that would shield her from the encroaching shadows. I could feel her pain wrapping around me like a shroud. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that love could conquer all, but I had seen the battlefield, the bodies piled high, and the remnants of what once was. How could I lie to her? I remember the night when the decision was torn from us like flesh from bone. The walls of Troy loomed, crumbling, echoing the desperation of those trapped within. The faint glow of torches flickered against the stone, casting long shadows of doubt and fear. Helen stood before me, her silhouette hauntingly beautiful, and I could see her heart breaking, shattered like glass beneath the weight of war. "I am the reason for this," she confessed, her voice trembling, a whisper that clawed at my insides. I wanted to scream, to tell her that the blame was not hers to bear. But in this world, the ache of guilt was a heavy cloak worn by all, stitched with the threads of sorrow. "It will end," I said, though I felt the lie curl like smoke in my throat. "We will find peace." But we both knew it was a promise made to the wind, never to be fulfilled. The cries of women echoed in the distance, a chorus of mourning, of despair. I could hear them wailing for their lost fathers, brothers, husbands. As the night deepened, the darkness seeped into our bones, pooling like sorrow, and I felt the weight of it crushing me. Each cry was a reminder, a pulse in the chaos that surrounded us. "I cannot bear this," I whispered, the words slipping through my lips like a prayer. Andromache clutched a threadbare cloak around her shoulders, a fragile barrier against the cold, and I could see the fire in her gaze dimming. "We are not warriors," she said, her voice firm yet laced with despair. "But we fight in our own way." I admired her strength, the way she stood tall against the storm, but the truth was, every woman here was fighting, not just for survival, but for the remnants of their shattered lives. But even in their strength, the weight of war pulled at them, dragging them into the depths of sorrow. Helen's beauty had once been a weapon, now it felt like a curse, a burden that bound her to the very destruction she had unwittingly set in motion. I could see her questioning, her heart aching under the burden of choices made in shadows, the choice between love and loyalty, a heart divided by the relentless tide of desire and consequence. The moon hung low, a watchful eye, as the cries of heartbreak filled the air. "Will they remember us?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a longing for legacy amidst the ruins. "Will they remember who we were?" I looked at them, two women caught in a world forged from steel and fire, their stories woven into the fabric of history, yet so easily forgotten. With every heartbeat, the tension twisted tighter, binding us in the agony of existence. I could feel the pulse of time around us, an ancient clock ticking away the moments, inching us closer to an uncertain fate. And in that heartbeat, I knew, this was not merely a tale of war, but a testament to the power of women bound by love, loss, and the unyielding spirit to survive. As the first light of dawn seeped through the cracks of our broken world, I felt the air shift, thick with anticipation, a storm gathering on the horizon. And I knew, deep within my soul, that the stories of Helen and Andromache, of love and sacrifice, of hope amidst despair, would continue to ripple through time. A haunting melody that would echo long after the dust of battle settled, whispering the truth that in every war, it is the heart that endures, even when the world crumbles around it. The air crackled with tension, a palpable, electric charge that thrummed through the blood of the warriors gathered at the gates of Troy. It was a silence so thick it could suffocate, broken only by the distant clang of swords and the haunting echoes of footsteps, a morbid symphony that sent shivers racing down spines. In that moment, as the sun dipped behind the city walls, casting long shadows like dark fingers reaching for the sky, Hector stood at the edge of everything he knew. His heart hammered in his chest, the weight of 1,000 dreams and 1,000 fears pressing down on him. I remember the way the light turned golden, bathing the battlefield in a sickly glow, as if the gods themselves were mocking the impending doom. I remember the faces of the men around him, fear etched into their brows, hope flickering like a dying ember in their eyes. Each one of them carried the heavy burden of loyalty, but also the crushing weight of their own mortality. Hector, the mightiest of them all, felt the crushing realization of what lay ahead. He would not falter, he would not bow. But deep down, he questioned, what was bravery if the price was death? Across the field, Achilles loomed like a storm-gathering power, a figure cloaked in wrath and vengeance. His armor glinted ominously, a mirror reflecting 1,000 shattered dreams. He was a monster birthed from grief, a warrior transformed into a reaper of souls. The thought of facing him twisted in Hector's gut, a terrible knot of dread. What will become of my family? Hector thought, the question haunting him. He had seen the fear in the eyes of his wife, Andromache, the desperate way she clung to their son, the way she begged him to stay. But honor demanded his presence at the gates, and duty chained him to the battlefield. Will you return to us? Her voice echoed in his mind, a ghostly whisper breaking through the clamor of war. It was a prayer, a plea wrapped in raw vulnerability. He had promised her a future, a life free from the horrors of war, and yet here he stood, sword raised, heart shattering. He had been raised for this, yes, but at what cost? Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a cruel reminder that time was slipping away like sand through fingers. I remember the moment he felt it, the shift in the air, the ripple of inevitability that coursed through the crowd. The soldiers at his side were restless like hounds eager to chase the scent of blood, their spirits torn between loyalty and the instinct for survival. They would follow him into the abyss, but Hector felt the gnawing fear that he led them towards their doom. It was a heavy, toxic mix of despair and defiance that hung in the air, a miasma of impending fate. And then it happened. A thunderous roar pierced the silence as Achilles charged forward, a whirlwind of fury and grief. The battlefield erupted, weapons clashing, the sound ringing out like a death knell. Hector steadied himself, every inch of him alive with primal instinct. He lunged, met Achilles in the eye of the storm, and for a moment, it was just the two of them, two destinies colliding in a furious dance of death. Each clash of sword against sword reverberated in Hector's bones, a violent symphony that drowned out all thought. He fought not just for himself, but for the city that had cradled him, for the family that awaited his return, for the lost lives that haunted his dreams. The air grew thick with the scent of sweat and blood, the cries of fallen men a terrible melody that echoed in his heart. This cannot be the end, he thought, desperation clawing at his throat, but each breath felt heavier, as if the very cosmos conspired against him. Yet with each strike, he saw in Achilles' eyes the reflection of his own rage and sorrow, two souls entwined in a tragic embrace, bound by the chains of fate. It was a brutal dance, one that pulled at the very fabric of humanity. Is this how we honor the dead? Hector questioned silently, pain curling like smoke in his chest. The gods watched, their laughter echoing like thunder, and the sky darkened as night crept forward, cloaked in shadows. And then, in an instant that stretched like a taut wire ready to snap, Hector's strength waned. He felt it, the sickening twist of his own mortality. Achilles, driven by his own demons, pressed forward, and in that moment of weakness, Hector faltered. The sword pierced through flesh, a visceral horror that sent shockwaves through the crowd, the gasp of 1,000 souls caught in the spiral of grief. I remember the way time seemed to freeze, the world turned to a chilling silence, a stillness that was more terrifying than any battle cry. Hector fell to his knees, the earth beneath him a cold embrace. The stars above seemed to flicker, as if they too mourned the loss of one so noble. He looked up, the night sky a vault of despair, and in those final moments, visions of Andromache and his child flooded his mind. "Forgive me," he whispered, the words slipping from his lips like the last breath of hope. The shadows around him closed in, and he knew, deep down in the marrow of his bones, that the consequences of his death would be felt long after his spirit departed. Back in the city, his name would be etched into the hearts of those he loved, a haunting reminder of what they had lost. And as the darkness wrapped around him, the specter of the city, once vibrant, now loomed like a ghost, a fading echo of dreams unfulfilled. The warriors around him, once so full of life and laughter, would now be engulfed by the sorrow of his absence. The walls of Troy, once a sanctuary, would now stand witness to the tragedy, a silent testament to the cost of honor. As the breath left Hector's body, it was not just a death, it was a cataclysm, a fracture in the very fabric of Troy. Each heartbeat of silence that followed reverberated through the hearts of those who loved him, a haunting melody that would echo through generations. There was no solace now, only the weight of destiny pressing down, a legacy of pain and a future steeped in uncertainty. The battle raged on, but for Hector, the war was over. Yet, the consequences of his death would be just the beginning, a thread weaving deeper into the tapestry of fate, binding the fates of warriors, lovers, and cities in a web of sorrow that would stretch far beyond the horizon. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed carelessly across a vast, dark sea. Waves crashed against the jagged rocks like the heartbeat of a restless giant. I could hear it, the sound of breath caught in the throat of fate, a gasp that hung in the air, heavy and fraught with tension. In the distance, the ship creaked, a wooden beast tethered by dreams and desperation, and I stood there, breathless, heart clenched, staring into the churning abyss of madness. Odysseus, no, the strategist, his mind was a battlefield. I remembered his eyes, stormy and restless, like the sea itself, swirling with unspoken plans and unfathomable grief. "We have to make a choice," he said, voice low and steady, though his hands trembled as if holding the weight of the world. He was no god, just a man, and yet he bore the scars of 1,000 lives, each one whispering warnings in the night. I could see the shadows creeping in, a darkness threatening to swallow him whole, and I feared it would be my fault. Then there was Penelope, the heart of Ithaca, steadfast but unraveling. Each thread she wove in the loom mirrored the strands of her soul, fraying at the edges with every passing day. Her laughter, once a symphony of sunlight, now echoed like a ghost through the halls of our home. She stood at the threshold, the door to our future, her expression a collage of hope and despair. Odysseus, she breathed, the name a prayer and a plea. What if we lose everything? She held the fabric of our lives in her hands, trembling yet determined, and I could feel my heart shatter for her. Everything is a gamble, he whispered, as if sharing a secret meant only for the stars. The night was heavy with the scent of salt and sorrow. I could taste it on my lips, a bitter reminder of all we stood to lose. The world felt like a tightrope stretched above the void, and with every step, I feared the ground would vanish beneath us. In that moment, the tension snapped like a bowstring pulled too tight. A sound, a low growl from the shadows, scraped the edges of my sanity. The Cyclops? No, something far more monstrous, lurking in the corners of our minds. I saw it in Odysseus's face, the flicker of doubt. "We can't turn back, Penelope," he said, his voice breaking like glass. "Not now." What haunted him? The ghosts of his past? The spectre of every soul he'd lost, each one a silent accusation. I watched as the weight of his decisions bore down on him, a yoke too heavy for any man. He was a hero, but heroes bleed too. They bleed, they scream, they fracture under the pressure of their own histories, and I felt it, that raw, pulsing ache. Pushing through the chaos, I dared to reach for him, my fingers brushing against his arm. "Odysseus, we fight together. We always have." The word slipped from my mouth like a prayer, a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. But I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the strategist, calculating every outcome, every risk. He turned away, staring into the void. And what if together we fall? The question hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Suddenly, I was there with him, suspended in that moment, feeling the weight of every choice and every consequence crashing down on us like waves against the shore. Penelope stepped forward, her voice fierce, cutting through the tension like a blade. "Then we fall together." Her eyes shone with the fire of 1,000 suns, and I felt a chorus of hope swelling within me. We are stronger than our fears, stronger than the monsters lurking in the dark. Odysseus, we must believe in each other. But the storm raged within him, a tempest of memories, regrets, and unanswered questions. What if my strategies fail? He spat, the vulnerability raw and palpable. The moon shone brighter, illuminating the turmoil in his heart, and I felt the air thicken with possibility, electrified and alive. Then we rise from the ashes, a phoenix reborn. I could feel my voice catch, longing for the fire that once burned between us. We stood on the precipice of everything we had ever known, a fragile thread between despair and hope. You taught me that, Odysseus. You taught me to believe in the impossible. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the distant roar of the sea. I could see him wrestling with his demons, the shadows flickering like candles in the wind. "Believe," I whispered, the word heavy with unspoken burdens. And as I watched him grapple with the weight of his own mind, I realized that it wasn't just the monsters outside we feared, it was the ones within us, clawing at our insides, whispering doubts that echoed louder than the waves. Each heartbeat was a pulse of life, a reminder of what we stood to lose, and I clung to that truth as if it were a lifeline. Odysseus was the strategist, but in that moment, he was also a man broken and searching. "I remember," he said, his voice cracking, standing on the shores of Troy, watching my men fall like leaves. The memory surged, a flood of emotion that threatened to drown us both. "I remember, the faces, the screams. What if I cannot protect you?" And I could see it, the flicker of despair, the haunting spectre of failure. The air thickened with unshed tears, and I felt my heart break for him, for the weight of his own expectations. "You are not alone in this," I pleaded, feeling the warmth of Penelope's hand on my shoulder. We are all here, you are not meant to carry this burden alone. As the ocean roared in response, the moon watched silently, an eternal witness to our struggles. The clouds parted, casting silver light upon our faces, illuminating the raw truth of our existence. We stood on the brink of chaos, hearts pounding, and in that moment, the cosmos held its breath, waiting for the next move. What would we choose? Would we fight together, or would we let the darkness swallow us whole? In that fragile silence, a single heartbeat echoed, the sound of courage rising from the depths of despair. And as the shadows closed in, I felt a spark ignite between us, a promise woven in the fabric of our souls, binding us together against the storm. One step at a time, I whispered, but the words felt monumental, a promise that would resonate through the ages. The world around us pulsed with the rhythm of our determination, and the night remained still, the silence pregnant with possibility. The shadows danced, the clock ticked, and I felt time stretch like an elastic band, taut and ready to snap. What lay ahead? I didn't know. But I knew one thing for certain: together, we would face the storm. Together, we would find our way. The world was vast, our fears countless, yet as long as we stood united, we would forge our destiny in the darkness. And in the depths of that night, I realized the strategist's mind was never truly alone. The night was thick with a silence so heavy it felt like a weight pressing down on the chest, each breath a laborious task. The flickering torches cast eerie shadows that danced against the stone walls of the besieged city, a chaotic ballet of light and darkness, mirroring the turmoil within. I can still hear the whisper of the wind, a low moan that carried with it the stench of despair, defeat, and rot. It was a night when hope clung to the air like a dying ember, fragile and feeble, ready to extinguish with one careless breath. I remember the weight of dread in my stomach as I crept through the narrow alleyways, the cobblestones slick underfoot, the chill of the night creeping into my bones. My heart raced, a drum echoing in the void, each beat a reminder of the lives at stake. The war had become a grotesque theater, and we were its unwilling actors, trapped in a play with no script, no ending. My friends, Alden, with his fierce, unyielding spirit, and Lysandra, who wore her courage like a tattered cloak, were my lifelines in this abyss. Together, we stood on the brink of something monumental, something that could shatter our chains or bind us tighter in their grasp. Alden's eye sparkled with a dangerous spark, a wild idea flickering behind them. What if we could trick them? He said in a hushed tone, urgency draping his words like a shroud. It was a reckless thought, born from desperation. What if we built a wooden horse? You know, like the tales say? A gift, a ruse. I could see the gears turning, the madness in his mind lighting up the darkness. I remember how the shadows danced around us, almost mocking the insanity of the plan. But amidst the madness, I felt a pulse of something almost intoxicating, hope. Lysandra shook her head, but there was a glimmer in her eyes, a tiny flicker of belief. They'll see through it. They always do, she sighed, the weight of countless battles pressing down on her. But she had been wrong before. I could sense it, the hourglass was running out of sand, and we needed to act before our chances slipped away like grains lost to the wind. I grasped her hand, feeling the warmth of her resolve seep into my skin, and I could not help but feel that the tide was turning, whether we were prepared for it or not. The wooden horse became more than just a structure, it was a symbol, a beacon of rebellion against the oppressive might of our enemy. We gathered others, men and women who had seen too much death, too much sorrow. They listened, wide-eyed, hearts racing in unison with the restless night. We worked through the darkness, our hands rough and calloused, shaping the wood, bending it to our will. Each nail driven was a prayer, a desperate plea for freedom. I remember the way the moon hung above us, a pale guardian in the night, casting a ghostly light on our frantic efforts. There was beauty in the chaos, a strange camaraderie forged in the crucible of fear and hope. We laughed, a brittle sound that could shatter at any moment, but we laughed nonetheless. I told them about how they bathed once a year, and romance was earthy. The absurdity of it all, the sheer ridiculousness of our plight, made us human again, if only for a moment. But the shadows were closing in. The tension was a taut wire stretched between us and the void. The enemy, ever watchful, prowled the outskirts of our dreams, waiting for us to falter, to crack under the weight of despair. I could feel it, a cold hand gripping my heart, whispering fears of failure, of betrayal. The wooden horse was not just our plan, it was our last stand, a fragile hope built on the ashes of despair. The night we rolled it out, my pulse thrummed with electricity, the air thick with the tang of sweat and adrenaline. I remember Alden's fierce grin, the way he tossed his head back, daring the world to strike. Lysandra's hands trembled at her sides, vulnerable yet fierce, a lioness ready to defend her pride. And me, caught in the whirlwind of their conflicting emotions, felt both terrified and exhilarated, teetering on the edge of a precipice that promised either salvation or annihilation. As we rolled the horse toward the enemy's gates, I felt every heartbeat echo in my ears, a countdown to an unknown fate. What would happen if they discovered our ruse? Would we be the heroes of our tale or the damned fools who dared to dream? The stars above seemed to flicker in response, watching, waiting for the first spark of chaos to ignite. The enemy was gathering, shadows coalescing into a mass of armor and steel. I could see their faces twisted in skepticism, their brows furrowed, and for a moment, I felt the absurdity wash over me again, how we were all part of this strange cosmic play. But then I saw it, the flicker of doubt in their eyes, the way they hesitated. That moment, suspended in time, was everything. It was a breath held too long, a heartbeat stretched until it threatened to snap. The wooden horse stood tall and silent, a giant among the desperate, waiting for its moment, an offering at the altar of war. And as the dawn began to break, spilling light into the dark, it felt as if the world held its breath along with us. Hope was a fragile thing, but in that moment, it felt as if we were on the cusp of something greater, something monumental. The lines between victory and defeat blurred, and I felt the tremors of fate pulling us inexorably forward, into the unknown. We had ignited a fire, a plan that could either save us or consume us whole. And as I stole a glance at Alden and Lysandra, I realized that whatever the outcome, our hearts beat as one, together, ready to face whatever horrors awaited on the other side. And then the gates opened. The wooden gates of Troy creaked like the groan of a dying man, a sound that hung heavy in the air, thick with the scent of fire and fear. Inside the city, shadows danced as torches flickered against stone walls, illuminating the faces of warriors, their expressions taut with the ache of impending doom. Eza, a young soldier, gripped his sword, knuckles white, heart racing like a wild horse. The clang of metal rang out in the distance, a morbid symphony of chaos. This is it, he thought, the weight of his thoughts pressing down, suffocating. This is where we end. Outside, the Greek forces swarmed like a tide of fate, relentless and raw, the clangor of their advance echoing through the narrow streets. Odysseus led them, eyes like storm clouds, filled with the promise of vengeance yet burdened by the loss of men who were brothers, laughter stolen by the wails of war. He hadn't signed up for this. Not for blood-soaked fields or the cries of mothers. Yet here he was, the architect of a treacherous plan, a man driven by necessity, haunted by the ghosts of choices made in desperation. Eza! The voice pierced through the madness. It was Alizia, his sister, her hair a wild tangle, eyes wide with panic. You can't go out there. Her words were a plea wrapped in fear. I can't lose you too. She reminded him of their childhood, moments spent laughing beneath the sun, untainted by the darkness creeping closer each day. I have to, Alizia. This is our home, he whispered, anguish threading through every syllable. The thought of leaving her alone in this nightmare tore at him. But duty was a relentless master, and so he pushed down the fear, the love, the longing for a simpler life. The drums of war echoed in the distance. They thumped like a heartbeat, each beat a reminder that time was slipping away. As Eza turned to meet the chaos, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the shadows, a woman, cloaked in darkness, watching with eyes that burned like embers. Helen. The face that launched 1,000 ships, the eternal symbol of beauty and betrayal. In that moment, he didn't see a goddess, he saw a woman caught in a web of her own making, every strand a reminder of lives destroyed. Is this what you wanted? He shouted, his voice raw, a mirror of his turmoil. Is this your legacy? Her gaze held his, defiant yet fragile, a paradox of strength and vulnerability. "You don't understand, Isa," she replied, and her voice trembled like the wings of a trapped bird. "I never asked for this. I wanted love, not destruction. But the gods, they laugh at our suffering." In that moment, the weight of the world seemed to shift, the air thick with unresolved tension. The cries of soldiers morphed into an agonizing choir, and every note resonated with the pain of abandonment, betrayal, and the grotesque allure of power. Alicia's hand gripped her brother's wrist, grounding him as the chaos threatened to swallow him whole. "Don't let her drag you into this," she urged, her voice a lifeline in the storm. "We are more than this war, more than their games." "I have to fight," he gasped, the words clawing their way from his throat. "For you, for us, for everything we hold dear." The ground trembled beneath his feet, the world spiraling toward an inevitable climax. He turned back to the battlefield, where figures moved like phantoms in the fog, each one a reminder of mortality. The clang of swords, the screams of the dying echoed like a funeral dirge, and Isa felt the terror creep into his bones. Time became a cruel joke, mocking their struggle. The sun dipped low, casting an eerie glow over the city and the warriors that had come to take it. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, each breath heavy with the scent of smoke and blood. The city stood as a silent witness, its walls crumbling under the weight of history, an echo of dreams that had turned to ash. As the first arrows flew, they split the air like the cries of the wounded. Isa's heart raced, a drumbeat against the silence that enveloped them. He charged forward, driven by adrenaline, feet pounding against the stone, a soldier transformed into a force of nature. The world around him blurred, reduced to flashes of steel and flesh, the visceral reality of war engulfing him. Every clash, every cry, a reminder that love and hatred were two sides of the same coin. But amid the chaos, there was a moment, a heartbeat of clarity. He saw Odysseus, fierce and formidable, a glimmer of the man he admired, a friend who had become a warrior forged in the fires of conflict. Yet beneath that tough exterior, Isa sensed a loneliness, a yearning for home, for peace. They were all trapped in this cycle, pieces on a game board where kings and gods played with lives like pawns. And then it happened, the earth shook as the massive wooden horse, a monument to their cunning and despair, was rolled into the heart of the city. The Greeks, their faces twisted in victory, poured into Troy, and with them came the realization that everything Isa had fought for, everything he had dreamed of, was slipping away like sand through his fingers. Alicia's scream shattered the moment, a cry that went beyond the physical, piercing through the chaos and curling around his heart as it turned to ice. "Isa!" He turned, and in that instant, he saw the shadows closing in, the faces of the fallen, the phantoms of those who would never return. Each step forward was like walking through a graveyard, where every footfall echoed with the weight of choices made in the name of love, honor, and pride. As the last remnants of the Trojan spirit began to crumble, as despair seeped into the cracks of their once great walls, Isa realized the truth: there was no escape from this madness. This was not just a battle, it was the end of everything they had ever known. And in that breathless moment, as the stars dimmed above them, the shadows of their fates danced together, entwined in a tragic embrace, a story that would never truly end. Fire crackled like laughter echoing through the night, sharp and mocking against the backdrop of despair. The air was thick, a suffocating blend of smoke and sweat, as I stood upon the crumbling parapets of Troy, heart pounding like a drumbeat of doom. Flames danced voraciously, licking the sky, snatching the stars from their haughty perch. I remember the sky then, an inferno, a wild tapestry of orange and black, each flicker a reminder of hope being swallowed whole. "What have we done?" whispered Cassandra, her voice barely rising above the roar of destruction, her eyes wide and searching, as if she could find answers in the chaos. She clutched the aged fabric of her robe, fingers trembling like autumn leaves caught in a gale. I watched her, the prophetess of doom, torn between the knowledge of what was to come and the desperate wish that it wasn't true. Her hair, once a vibrant cascade, now hung limp, soot-streaked, a crown of fallen glory, a mockery of the divine. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence of my own thoughts, but my voice felt brittle, too fragile to pierce through the wall of flames. Instead, I turned to Hector, my brother, a titan against the encroaching darkness. He stood resolute, sword in hand, a man forged in loyalty and love, yet haunted by choices that felt both right and wrong. I could see the conflict in his eyes, the weight of our city crumbling upon his shoulders, each ember a reminder of lives undone. "I will not let them take it from us," he growled, and the words felt like a promise, a vow made in the face of inevitable ruin, a last stand against the creeping shadows. Yet even as he spoke, the ground trembled beneath our feet, and I could hear the distant cries of our people, a chorus of anguish that pierced the night like a blade. My heart twisted in my chest, a knot of regret and love, for I knew Hector would fight until his last breath, and I feared what that meant for him, and for me. I remember the moment the first soldiers breached the gates, a tide of armor and rage, their shouts a cacophony that mingled with the crackle of flames. Time slowed, each heartbeat stretching, vibrating with tension. I could feel the pulse of the city, the desperate thrumming in the air, a heartbeat that echoed my own fear. Cassandra's eyes darted to the horizon, a far-off scowl of impending doom etched across her features. "They will take everything," she said, her voice trembling. "We cannot escape this." In that moment, I felt a strange kinship with the fire itself, raw, consuming, relentless. It was beautiful and terrifying, each flickering flame a reflection of our hopes, our dreams, our lives, all reduced to cinders in the span of breaths. The sky wept ashes as the walls around us crumbled like the fragile threads of fate, and I could hear the whispers of the dead, shadows of those who had come before us, their warnings unheeded. "Fight! For Troy!" Hector's voice thundered through the chaos, rallying men even as the ground turned to ash beneath our feet. His courage burned bright, a beacon in the darkness, even as I felt the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around my soul like a lover's embrace, assuring me that I was not alone in this nightmare. But what were we fighting for? The city was a ghost of its former self, a hollow shell where laughter once lingered like sweet perfume. I wanted to scream that I couldn't remember a time when hope didn't feel like a fleeting memory, dust in the wind. I remember our childhood, running through the streets, the sun shining bright, unaware of the horrors that would engulf us. How naive we were, believing we could hold back the tide of fate with mere strength. I glanced at Cassandra. She was a tempest, a storm of emotion, fear, anger, sorrow flickering in her eyes, a violent swirl of chaos. "You don't have to fight, you know," I whispered, my heart aching for her. "We can leave." "We can—" "No," she interrupted, a fierce fervor igniting her voice. "We cannot abandon them. I will not run from this." There was a fire in her spirit, a glimmer of defiance that shone brighter than the flames consuming our city. The very essence of Troy was woven into her being, every stone, every heartbeat, every echo of laughter. To leave was to forsake a part of herself. And then, the clash of steel rang out, sharp and cold, a symphony of chaos that pulled us back into the moment. I felt the dread coiling tighter around my heart, each clash a reminder that this was our final stand. In that instant, time lost meaning, every second stretched, every breath heavy with the taste of ash and blood. Shadows darted like phantoms, whispers of what once was, ghosts of dreams strangled beneath the weight of our choices. The world outside our walls crumbled into madness. I could hear the wails of the dying, feel the ground shake beneath the weight of our grief, and yet, as I looked into Hector's eyes, I saw resolve, an unyielding flame that would not be snuffed. In the chaos, I realized that it was not the city we fought for, but for each other. Love wove through the flames, a fragile thread, binding us together even as the world around us unraveled. As the sky turned to night, engulfed in shadows and fire, I felt the warmth of our memories, laughter, love, life, binding us tighter. Time was an illusion, a fleeting moment caught in a dance of destiny, and we plunged into the chaos, hearts pounding, souls entwined, knowing that we were more than the sum of our fears. The flames roared higher, and in that moment, we were alive, each heartbeat a defiance against the encroaching void. I remember the way the world felt then, alive, electric, a symphony of destruction and hope. And as the city fell around us, I knew the story would not end here. The fire would consume us, but love would linger, a whisper among the ashes. Time marched on, and we were but echoes in the night, stirring the ghosts of Troy. Each heartbeat a promise, a reminder that even in ruin, we burn bright. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke that lingered in the aftermath of battle, curling like ghosts around the jagged remains of civilization. I stood on the edge of what was once a thriving market square, now a twisted carnival of chaos, charred wood and scattered bodies, the remnants of a world that could never be unmade. The stench of iron and ash clawed at my throat, clawed at my memories. I remember the laughter, the bartering voices, the sun dancing on cobblestones. But all that was swallowed by the shadows that now draped themselves over this scene of grotesque triumph. Mara stepped beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting a tempest of emotions, fear, confusion, a boiling anger that had no outlet. She swung her sword at nothing, an abstract expression of a fractured soul still caught in the throes of a war that felt like a nightmare with no dawn. "What have we done?" she whispered, and I could feel the weight of her words settle over our shoulders like a shroud. I turned to her, my own heart pounding in a rhythm that drummed out every thought. "We fought for freedom," I replied, though even I could hear the doubt trembling in my voice. Freedom felt more like a mirage now, shimmering just out of reach. The taste of victory was not sweet, it was bitter and metallic, like blood on my lips. Around us, soldiers cheered, their voices echoing in the hollow spaces of our victory, but even their laughter felt hollow, a cacophony that set my teeth on edge. They danced amidst the ruins, clutching trophies of war, their faces smeared with grime and exhilaration. But I could see the specters behind their eyes, ghosts of those who would never return, haunting us even in this moment of triumph. I grabbed Mara's arm, the skin beneath her leather armor cold and trembling. "We need to leave," I urged, but she shook her head, the fire in her gaze igniting something within me, something I feared to confront. "I need to see him," she said, and I knew she meant her brother, the boy who had marched off with courage stitched into his very being, the boy whose laughter still echoed in our memories like a haunting tune. "He has to be here," she whispered, more to herself than to me, spiraling deeper into the pit of her despair. Mara pushed through the throng, and I followed, heart racing with each step. The ground was littered with the spoils of war, shattered dreams, broken bodies, and the remnants of lives that had been lived only moments before. I saw a child's doll, one eye missing, its fabric stained with the remnants of innocence, and a wave of nausea crashed over me, a reminder that this was no game. This was humanity laid bare, stripped of pretense, raw in its brutality. "Look!" Mara's voice cut through the haze, sharp and desperate. She knelt beside a body draped in a threadbare cloak, one that might have once belonged to her brother. I felt my stomach twist as I approached, an unwelcome dread pooling in my gut. And then I saw it, a silver locket, glinting in the ashen light. It was his. "Mara," I hesitated, my voice faltering under the weight of her gaze, the hope and despair colliding in a violent symphony. Her eyes widened, shimmering with tears unshed, and I could feel the fabric of our reality unraveling, threatening to pull us into a void from which we might never emerge. "He's here," she gasped, her voice a fragile whisper. But the truth loomed over us like an executioner's axe, poised and ready to fall. I touched her shoulder, grounding us both in this moment that felt too large, too infinite, as if time itself had twisted into an unending loop of agony. But the moment shattered, the sound of clashing swords and wild shouts erupting from the distance. The soldiers, our soldiers, were not done yet. They crowded around a rank of prisoners, shackled and bruised, faces lined with defeat. In their eyes, I saw the reflection of our own struggles, and the victory we thought we had won began to sour on my tongue. "Stand down," a voice boomed, but the frenzy of adrenaline had taken hold, igniting something primal within the crowd. Some men wanted revenge, they craved the blood of the captured, a dark celebration of their triumph. I turned to Mara, whose eyes blazed with an urgency that terrified me. "We can't let this happen. They're just like us," I pleaded. But she was already moving, lunging toward the chaos, arms raised in defiance. "Stop," she cried, her voice a desperate roar amidst the chaos. I followed, a tether pulling me deeper into this maelstrom of emotion and terror, my own heart pounding in response to the injustice unfolding before us. "Victory," the soldiers screamed, but it sounded like a dirge to me, a funeral for the pieces of ourselves we were losing. I ran after Mara, trying to reach her as she dove headfirst into the tumult, into a fight that felt more like a dance with death than an act of bravery. The soldiers surged forward, emboldened by bloodlust, and I could only watch as the boundaries between us and them dissolved into a haze of fury. Mara's screams echoed in my ears, the sound ricocheting off the walls of my heart, and in that moment, I feared for her soul. I feared for mine. I remembered the dreams of what we fought for: freedom, justice, love. But as bodies collided and the air thickened with the scent of fear and sweat, I realized victory had turned into something monstrous, something that could never fill the void left by loss. And in that flash of clarity, even as the world around us erupted, I understood war was not a victory. It was a spiral into darkness, a relentless cycle that consumed everything in its path, morphing joy into despair, hope into torment. I could feel it close in, an unrelenting grip tightening around our throats, threatening to swallow us whole. I took a step forward, ready to pull her back, but the shadows crept in, wrapping around us like a shroud, and I could only watch as Mara blurred into the chaos, a flicker of defiance against a tide of despair. The echoes of laughter soon turned into screams, and the line between us and our enemies erased itself, leaving only chaos in its wake. Amidst the wreckage of what we had fought for, I felt the weight of the world crush down upon me, the enormity of defeat lurking just beyond the reach of our grasp, as the aftermath of victory unfolded like a dark tapestry, each thread woven with suffering. And still, even amid the horror, I could not look away. Time stretched, the seconds morphing into an eternity, and the battle raged on, a relentless storm that would not relent, leaving us caught in its eye, trembling under the weight of our choices, forever standing on the precipice of what it meant to be human. The air crackled with tension, a silence so thick it wrapped around me like a shroud. I stood in the middle of a deserted street, the remnants of war still echoing in the air, smoke curling up from charred buildings, the stench of ash lingering like a ghost. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of the lives we had shattered, the promises broken. I could taste the metallic tang of fear, a bitter reminder that freedom came at a price. I remembered the faces, their eyes wide with terror, reflecting the chaos that had once been our lives. They haunted me now, shadows in the periphery of my mind, whispering tales of loss and longing. And here I was, a soldier without a war, a hero without a cause. My fingers trembled, remembering the weight of my sword, the righteous fury that once coursed through my veins. But now, in this silence, I felt only emptiness, the silence of ghosts lingering behind every corner. Anna stumbled beside me, her breath ragged, eyes glassy with unshed tears. She had fought fiercely, her spirit ablaze with defiance. Yet the war had taken its toll. "I never thought it would come to this," she said, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "We thought we were saving them." She looked away, the horizon a blur of memories too painful to bear. But all we did was bring hell to their doorstep. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that we had done what we could, that we were heroes, but the words caught in my throat like thorns. Heroes didn't walk among the ruins of their own making, they didn't bear the weight of the innocents who had not survived. I watched her face crumple, a mask of guilt and despair. We were both drowning in the same storm, yet neither of us could find the lifeline. What happened next was a blur, a whirlwind of motion. A distant rumble echoed, and my instincts kicked in. I pulled Anna to the ground as gunfire erupted, bullets whizzing past us like angry wasps. The crack of gunfire became a symphony of chaos, drowning out the cries of the past. I felt the heat of the moment, the adrenaline flooding my veins, but it was a hollow rush. We were not fighting for glory anymore, we were fighting for survival. "Stay close," I shouted, my voice barely piercing the din. I could feel the ground shaking beneath us, the world falling apart even as I clung to the fragments of courage. We ran through the shadows, seeking refuge, but the city was a labyrinth of despair, twisting and turning, leading us deeper into the heart of darkness. I found shelter in an abandoned alleyway, the walls lined with graffiti that spoke of hope, of rebellion, and of dreams long shattered. I leaned against the cold stone, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "What have we done?" I whispered, a question that hung in the air like smoke. "What are we now?" "Survivors," Anna replied, her voice steadier than I felt. "But at what cost?" Her eyes held a sorrow that echoed mine, a mirror reflecting the anguish of a generation lost. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that we weren't alone in this, that together we could mend the pieces, but I felt like a broken vessel, incapable of holding hope. The darkness around us seemed alive, pulsating like a heartbeat, and I caught glimpses of memories flickering in the gloom, faces of friends I had lost, laughter twisted into screams. I remember the day we charged into battle, the sun bright and blinding, the banners flying high. But that light felt so far away now, swallowed by the shadows of what we had become. A voice shattered my reverie, a low, menacing growl creeping from the darkness. I spun around, instincts flaring, ready to fight. But it was not an enemy that emerged from the shadows. It was Mark, blooded and battered, but alive. His eyes held the weight of the world, a storm brewing beneath the surface. "We need to move," he urged, urgency coating his words like bitter medicine. "What happened?" I asked, fear creeping into my voice. Mark had always been the strong one, the anchor in the fiercest of storms. But now, he looked lost. "They're coming for us." "The ghosts of our past are not finished," he said, and I felt the chill of his words seep into my bones. "We can't let them catch us." I could see it in his eyes, the torment, the guilt, the haunting memories of lives lost in the chaos. We were not just fleeing from the enemy, we were running from ourselves, from the shadows of choices made in desperation. I glanced at Anna, her face a canvas of anguish, and I knew we were all wrestling with the same demons. "Together," I said, barely above a whisper, the word a fragile thread binding us through the darkness. "We face them together." The very air around us felt charged with unresolved tension, the past clawing at our heels, demanding acknowledgement. We stumbled out into the night, the city a maze of uncertainty, each corner an echo of our frailty. The stars blinked overhead, indifferent to our plight, a cosmic reminder of how small we were in the grand tapestry of existence. With each step, I remembered the dreams we had, the laughter we once shared over campfires, the naive belief in our invincibility. But now, laughter seemed like a distant memory, swallowed by the despair of our reality. "We have to find the others," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "They need to know they're not alone." And as we raced through the night, shadows danced around us, weaving tales of our past and portents of our future. I could feel the weight of our sins trailing behind us, the ghosts of our actions whispering warnings, urging us to confront the truth we had buried deep within our souls. The clock was ticking, the night closing in, and we were on the precipice of something that could shatter us completely or forge us anew. In that moment, as we pushed forward, I realized we were no longer just survivors of war, we were warriors of our own making, haunted yet unbroken, destined to face the dawn with our scars on display. The fate of heroes didn't end with glory, it was a relentless pursuit of redemption, a battle fought in the quiet moments between breaths. And so, we ran, propelled by the weight of our past and the hope of a better tomorrow, into the embrace of the unknown, a specter of what was, and what could be. The war may have ended, but the fight for our souls had only just begun. The ground trembles beneath my feet, an echo of a war long prophesied, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the weight of unfulfilled destinies. I stand amidst the chaos, with firelight flickering across faces twisted in agony and rage, a theater of despair where gods mock us from their celestial thrones. Time stretches and warps, every heartbeat a reminder of our fragility, every breath steeped in the inevitability of fate. I remember Helen, oh, how her beauty was both a gift and a curse that carried the scent of jasmine and smoke. The moment she stepped onto the battleground, a vision draped in silk, eyes ablaze with a fury that belied her innocence, I could feel the world shift. I remember the moment when Paris, the golden-haired thief of hearts, cradled her in his arms, sealing our fates in a kiss that rang louder than thunder. What was a kiss but a spark in the dark, igniting a conflagration that devoured cities? With every clash of swords, every cry of anguish, I feel Hector's resolve strengthen within me. He stands amidst the chaos, the weight of his armor heavy, but it's his heart that bears the true burden. He is the defender of Troy, the last bastion against an army fueled by envy and desire. Yet within him simmers a fear, a gnawing dread of what the fates have spun into the tapestry of our lives. I watch as he fiercely battles, striking down foes, but the shadows of prophecy loom large. How can one man stand against the inevitable? Fate is a cruel mistress, he mutters under his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. But I will not let it claim my brother. Achilles, the godlike warrior, a man who dances with death, the embodiment of rage. And yet, beneath that facade is a soul tremoring with grief, a heart still raw from the loss of Patroclus. I remember his scream, a sound so primal it shattered the very heavens. A scream fueled by love and loss, the raw ache of betrayal seeping into every fiber of his being. The prophecy, oh, how it haunts us like a distant spectre. It whispers in our ears, taunts us with images of honor and destruction. It tells us of heroes and the price they pay. We are not just soldiers, we are marionettes in a game played by gods who revel in our suffering. There's a moment, an electric silence before the storm, where I catch Hector's eye, and in that fleeting glance, I see the weight of our destinies collide. Will you fight for glory or for love? I want to ask him, but the words catch in my throat. Instead, I watch as he readies himself for yet another clash, his heart pounding a war drum that reverberates through the air. The ground beneath him is soaked with the blood of the fallen, their curses echoing like fading stars. I feel his pain, his stalwart dedication to family, to honor. He wears his heart on his sleeve, a stream of poetry written in sweat and resolve. And then there is Achilles, driven by a rage that could rival the fiercest tempest. The moment he paces like a caged lion, I feel the air thrum around him. His words cut through the air like a sharp blade, filled with a fury that rattles the heavens. What good is glory when it is bought with the blood of those we love? The question hangs heavy, unanswered, pregnant with the weight of choices unmade. I remember the night spent under a blanket of stars that felt more like a shroud. As we lay on the cold ground, the cosmos whispered secrets to us, stars twinkling in their infinite dance, mocking our mortal squabbles. Time slips through our fingers like grains of sand, and as we grasp for it, we find only the emptiness of what could have been. My heart is a storm, a tumult of emotion. I see the shadows of our past hovering at the edges of our conflict, remnants of laughter and joy fading into the cacophony of war. I remember Priam, the grief-stricken father, standing before Achilles, begging for the return of his son's body, an echo of love that pierces through the chaos and reminds us of our humanity. I have lost all but my tears, he cries, and each tear seems to carry the weight of 1,000 souls. The battlefield is a canvas splashed with hues of desperation and valor, but somewhere, lurking in the corners of my mind, is that chilling prophecy. The blood of heroes shall water the fields of Troy. It gnaws at me, this knowledge, this sense of foreboding that clings like a heavy fog. I can feel it turning the air thick, pushing us towards the edge of an abyss we cannot escape. And as the stars blink overhead, I am drawn into a vortex of emotions, of shame, of fear, of an unquenchable thirst for glory. I remember the laughter shared over mead and the hushed whispers of love, all now drowned beneath the weight of our choices. What are we but shadows dancing on the edge of fate? I wonder. The question reverberates in the depths of night, haunting me, clinging to my heart like a ghost. But still, we march forward, driven by the twin forces of love and vengeance, each step a rebellion against the threads of destiny. The battle rages on, relentless, unforgiving, as the echoes of our choices weave a tapestry that no mortal can comprehend. And as the moon hangs high in a dark sky, I feel the tremors of history beneath my feet, the pulse of our intertwined fates crashing like waves against the rocks of time, relentless, unyielding, as we plunge into the abyss that awaits. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver sharp enough to cut through the tension thickening the air in the ancient ruins of Aulis. I stood there, heart racing, pulse pounding like the battle drums that once echoed through these stones. Shadows danced on the crumbling pillars, whispering secrets of heroes lost and forgotten. The ground trembled beneath me, and not from an earthquake, but from the weight of their return, the weight of their unfinished stories. Achilles, fierce and glorious, loomed in my mind, though he was not here. He was a ghost in my thoughts, a spectre of rage and honor, his rage still echoing through time. The very idea made me shiver, the unspent fury of a hero who had once cost 1,000 lives, now mixed with whispers of redemption. A flicker in my chest reminded me that his heart still beat somewhere beyond the shadows, perhaps in the chest of a new hero, forging a path through darkness. Then there was Odysseus, cunning and lost in his own labyrinth of choices, a man too clever for his own good, too troubled by the ghosts of the past to find his way back home. I felt his pain as if it were my own. His longing struck a chord in me, every decision he made, every tear shed in the name of pride and survival, echoed through the corridors of my heart. I held my breath, the silence around me buzzing, electric with anticipation, a taut wire ready to snap. The night was heavy with memories. I could almost hear the laughter of warriors and the clang of swords. I remember when bravery felt like a warm blanket, I murmured to myself, uncertainty wrapping around me like a shroud instead. Now, bravery felt like a dagger, sharp and cold, digging into the fragile skin of my resolve. What is it that we hope for? I asked the shadows, my own question hanging in the air like a ghost. A figure stepped from the darkness, a girl, fierce and unyielding, her eyes reflecting the fire of 1,000 battles. Callista, daughter of a broken king, her heart a battlefield. She trembled, not with fear but with the weight of her own expectations. Each step she took crunched the bones of ancient heroes beneath her feet, and with every stride, she carried the legacy of a lineage that had been both blessed and cursed. She was searching, for herself, for her father, for the strength hidden deep inside her. Her hands clenched into fists, nails biting into skin, a reminder that pain can ground us, can anchor us to our purpose. Callista, I whispered, the sound barely escaping my lips, a plea, a prayer. What are you afraid of? The question danced in the air, taunting, teasing. She turned, the weight of my words crashing against her like waves against a crumbling cliff. In the end, she said, her voice barely a thread, will they remember me? Will I be a hero, or just another sacrifice? Her doubt crashed into me like a wave, pulling me under, swirling with my own fears. Would I remember her? Would anyone? A rustle broke through the night, and my heart leapt into my throat. Odysseus stepped forward, shadows draping around him like a tattered cloak. He was older, wearier, yet his eyes shimmered with the fire of a man who had faced the abyss and walked away. You are not a sacrifice, Callista, he told her, and the tremor in his voice revealed a vulnerability that was terrifying and raw. You are the legacy. You will determine what they remember. You will carve your name in the stars, or you will fade into obscurity. But those stars, they felt so far away, galaxies beyond the reach of our fragile hopes. Suddenly, the ground shook, a roar echoed in the distance. A reminder that heroes do not return without conflict, that the past is always there, clawing and biting at our heels. I could feel it, an impending storm, a clash of titans ready to erupt. The heavens rumbled, and I could almost hear the laughter of the gods, a cruel reminder that we are but pawns in their game. Do you hear it? Callista asked, voice trembling. The war drums. It's coming for us. I remembered the stories, the bloodshed, the glory, the despair. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide behind the ruins, but instead, I stood firm, letting the fear wash over me. Fear is a companion, I thought. The relentless pulse of the universe thrummed in my veins, urging me forward. I remember, I said, locking eyes with Callista, the weight of their expectations, the crushing burden of the past. But what if we wrote our own stories? The word slid from my lips, a challenge sent to the stars, defiance wrapped in hope. Odysseus nodded, a flicker of something unbreakable igniting within him. We are the architects of our fates, even if that means tearing down the past, he replied, voice steady. His words wrapped around Callista and me, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. And just then, the moon broke free from the clouds, illuminating the world with a piercing light. I felt a spark ignite within me, a flicker of purpose. A realization. The heroes of old were not merely shadows haunting our dreams, they were the fire within us, a reminder that we too could rise from the ashes. But as dawn approached, so did the inevitable clash of steel and fate. The shadows grew longer, and I felt the pull of the unknown, a pull that promised both destruction and rebirth. Are you ready? I asked, the words heavy with the weight of destiny. Callista and Odysseus exchanged a glance, a shared understanding, a silent pact forged in the crucible of fear and hope. I guess we'll find out, she said, a flicker of determination igniting her voice. I could see it there, the fire in her eyes, the way she stood taller as the darkness encroached. And as the first rays of dawn broke through the night, illuminating the battlefield ahead, I knew we were on the precipice of something monumental. A moment where legends would clash, and heroes would rise, their trials, our trials, echoing through eternity. The air crackled with energy, and I felt the pulse of the world beneath me, a heartbeat that resonated with every breath. This was it, the return of the Greek heroes, a chapter yet to be written, a story that would echo into the cosmos, blending the past and the future in a symphony of chaos and creation. I took a step forward, ready to embrace whatever awaited in the shadows, ready to face the trials along with my companions, together in this wild and relentless dance of life. The night was thick with the scent of smoke and the echoes of 1,000 shattered dreams. I could hear the distant wail of the wind, like a haunting melody that spoke of love lost, of warriors fallen, of a city now nothing more than a ghost. The moon hung low, casting silver shadows over the ruins of what was once Troy, a place that had known beauty but was now suffocated by despair. I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching, every pulse a memory etched in blood. "Why, Helen?" I whispered into the darkness, the name tasting bitter on my tongue. "Did you know the cost of your beauty? Did you hear the cries of men as they fought for your love, only to have their bodies litter the ground like discarded toys?" The ghosts of Agamemnon, Achilles, and Hector danced in my mind, their faces twisted in eternal agony, each one eternally bound to the war that was ignited by a single act of desire. I remembered, oh, how I remembered. The clang of metal, the taste of fear mingling with the dust of despair. It was not just a war, it was a symphony of loss, and I was its conductor. Each man who marched into battle was a heartbeat away from oblivion, and the stakes were as high as the heavens. I could see it, the pride, the rage, the desperation in their eyes. Like shades of a tragic play, they stepped forward, each footfall a beat in the rhythm of their doom. But it was not just the men who suffered, it was the women too. Clytemnestra's laughter echoed in my ears, a cruel reminder of betrayal and vengeance. She had waited through the endless nights, through the whispers of her sister's shame, only to find a knife buried deep in her own flesh when Agamemnon returned, a hero crowned in blood. What is love? I pondered. What is honor? Both were silenced beneath the weight of retribution. Then I thought of Briseis, the captive queen, caught between the fierce passion of Achilles and the looming threat of war. Her heart beat for a man of glory, a man who was as flawed as the broken city that lay before me. I could feel her anguish, the twisted pride that came with being the prize of a god among men. She was the embodiment of the Trojan War, a mere pawn, yet powerful enough to ignite the flames of fury. I felt her pain, the soul-crushing realization that her worth was measured in battles fought, not in love nurtured. What is freedom? I howled silently to the night. Was it ever more than an illusion? Time had become a cruel spectre, taunting us all. The ticking of a clock, the fading of sunlight, it was all a reminder of the inevitability of fate. I could see it in the eyes of the warriors as they prepared for the onslaught. Each man stood on the precipice, their desires and fears woven like threads into a tapestry of impending doom. I could almost hear their thoughts. Will I return? Will I be forgotten? Each heartbeat was a question, an echo of the past, a whisper of the future. But it was not just death that loomed, it was the legacy of what they left behind, the children who would grow up in the shadows of their father's choices. Will they remember us? I wanted to scream, but the silence swallowed my words. The children of war, those innocent souls who knew nothing but the bitterness of a world torn apart. They would carry the burden, the weight of history resting on their fragile shoulders. I could see their wide, bewildered eyes, filled with the fire of a past they would never fully understand. And amidst it all, I remembered the gods, those immortal beings who toyed with the fates of mortals like children with puppets. The capricious laughter of Athena, the vengeful wrath of Hera, the indifferent gaze of Apollo, they watched as we stumbled through our lives, as if we were mere pawns in their celestial game. Why? I cried into the void. Why did they let us suffer? Why did they inspire such dreams only to shatter them? The cosmos felt both intimate and impossibly vast, a chasm filled with sorrow and splendor. So many tales were woven into the fabric of Greek culture, each one a thread that tugged at the heartstrings of humanity. The very essence of the Trojan War seeped into our bones, shaping our stories, our dreams, our nightmares. Homer's verses echoed through the ages, a haunting reminder that love and war are two sides of the same coin, each flip exposing raw, vulnerable flesh. A shiver ran down my spine as I felt the pull of their stories, weaving in and out like the tendrils of smoke curling around me. I could hear the anguished cries of the fallen, their voices rising like an unholy hymn that refused to die. The legacy of Troy was alive, and it pulsed within me, a relentless drumbeat that resonated with the chaos of our existence. Each story told was a reminder that we are all prisoners of our desires, shackled to the past by the choices we make. In those moments of despair, I felt a flicker of hope, a whisper of resilience that burned against the darkness. This war, this heartbreak, it would not be forgotten. The legacy of the Trojan War was not merely a tale of glory and loss, it lived in the hearts of those who dared to remember. It was a fierce, beautiful contradiction, the love that birthed destruction, the pain that gave rise to art, the struggle that forged the spirit of a people. As I stood amidst the ruins, the weight of history pressing down upon my chest, I understood, we are all part of this cycle, caught in the relentless tide of time. The ghosts of Troy would never truly fade, they would linger, whispering their truths to those brave enough to listen. And as the stars blinked overhead, I felt the pulse of a world that had been shaped by heroes and villains alike, a world bound by the choices made in the name of love and honor, forever echoing in the beauty and tragedy of human existence. The air crackles with tension, sharp like the edge of a spear. A figure stands alone on the battlefield, cloaked in darkness, as the sun bleeds into the horizon, a bruised peach spilling its secrets. Achilles. His name hangs in the air like an unspoken curse, a whisper that carries the weight of fate and fury. He grips his sword, the handle slick with sweat and the promise of violence, as the cries of war echo around him, haunting lullabies that dance between life and death. The ground trembles beneath him, a pulse of anticipation, and he knows, the time has come. I remember the scent of blood mingling with the salt of the sea, the taste of grief lingering on my tongue. It is a flavor I cannot shake. In this moment, my heart races, thumping against my chest like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the lives caught in the web of this conflict. Hector, noble yet flawed, stands across the field, his armor gleaming like a beacon, a tragic hero wrestling with his own demons. He carries the weight of his family's legacy, the love for his wife, Andromache, a love that pierces the heart like a dagger, yet binds him to this gruesome fate. I see the sorrow etched in his stare, the desperate wish for peace colliding with the duty that chains him to the battlefield. I remember, I murmur, my thoughts spiraling like the smoke rising from the burning city behind them. I remember the nights when the stars felt close enough to touch, when dreams wove tapestries of hope that now lie frayed and torn. Each breath is heavy with the memories of laughter, now silenced by the clang of swords and the cries of the dying. The cosmos watches, indifferent, as these two warriors prepare to clash, a storm brewing in the depths of their souls. Achilles' fury ignites like wildfire, a tempest of pride and pain. He remembers a time before all this, when the sun shone brightly on the shores of Achaean dreams, before betrayal poisoned the hearts of men. His rage is a river, coursing through him, a force of nature, unstoppable. It flows from the loss of his dear friend Patroclus, the ghost of a love that transcends the battlefield. How could they take him? The question torments Achilles, twisting like a knife in his gut. There is no glory in this war, only the hollow echoes of his despair. I feel it in my bones, the grief, the anger, the desperate need for vengeance. It surges with each heartbeat, and I wonder if it will consume him whole. I remember, I whisper again, the words a talisman against the encroaching darkness. I remember the warmth of friendship, the laughter shared over wine, the promises made beneath a starscape, now dimmed by the weight of sorrow. The memories are fleeting, shadows that slip away too quickly, yet they fuel the fire within him. Hector advances, his heart a drum echoing with the love for his family, the promise to protect them, a promise that feels as fragile as glass in his hands. He knows every step he takes may be his last, yet he marches forward, defiance etched into his very being. The ground is stained with the ghosts of the fallen, a testament to the cost of honor. I see him clench his jaw, the determination to rise above the chaos. I fight for my home, he calls out to the wind, but the echoes twist cruelly back at him, mocking his resolve. I fight for the lives that depend on me. The clash of swords rings out like thunder, a symphony of destruction that drowns out the cries of the innocent. They meet in a whirlwind of fury, a dance of death that is both beautiful and terrifying. Achilles, fueled by grief, strikes with precision, each swing of his sword a lament, each thrust a syllable of the poem that is his rage. Hector counters, his movements fluid, a tragic ballet of a man caught in the grip of fate. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and steel, a reminder that this is not just a battle, it is a reckoning. I remember, the words slipped from my lips, almost a prayer. I remember when the world was painted in shades of hope, where love could conquer all. Yet here, in the shadows of this cursed war, love feels like a distant star, flickering and fading in the vast night. The cosmos spins silently above them, indifferent to the tragedies unfolding below, and in that moment, I feel the weight of their choices pressing down, heavy like the sky before a storm. The final moments stretch out, time bending and warping into something unrecognizable. Achilles' fury blinds him, and Hector's heart beats with desperation, each man a mirror reflecting the other's demise. I can taste the bitterness of impending loss, a flavor far too familiar. The clash of their destinies hangs in the balance, a heartbeat away from destruction or salvation. The final strikes come swift and merciless, each one a testament to a life lived in the shadow of war, each one a whispered goodbye to the dreams that will never be. And then, silence. A silence so profound it rattles the soul, shattering the remnants of hope like glass against stone. I stand on that battlefield, feeling the echoes of their pain reverberate through my very being, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives intertwined in this dance of death. The shadows lengthen, and I know, this is not the end, but a new beginning wrapped in sorrow, a cycle of love and loss that will forever etch its name into the annals of time. I remember, I whisper into the encroaching night, as the stars blink down at me, distant yet achingly close. The air crackles with the weight of unshed tears, thick like the fog that clings to the dimly lit streets of ancient Troy. I stand among the ruins, the echoes of laughter now twisted into haunting whispers. I can feel the pulse of the city, a heartbeat suspended in time, throbbing with the agony of lives lost and promises broken. The shadows of the past seem to leer at me, taunting, as if each stone remembers the weight of betrayal and sorrow. I remember the night Cassandra screamed her prophecies into the void, but who would listen? Who could hear over the clash of swords and the roar of ambition? Cassandra, poor wretched soul, her gift a curse hidden beneath layers of blood-soaked blankets. She stands in the flickering light, eyes wild, hair a tangled mess of despair. They will come, she cries, her voice threading through the air like a ghostly lament. But the soldiers, drunk on honor and hubris, dismiss her warning with laughter. How cruel the gods! To give her foresight yet bind her tongue, to cast her as a pariah amidst a world swirling with chaos. I can almost feel her pain, the way it wraps around her like the silken threads of fate, suffocating and tender all at once. And then there is Hector, noble Hector, a warrior forged in the fires of loyalty and love. I see him too, standing resolute, sword gleaming under the moonlight, shadows dancing around him like specters of his fallen kin. He knows the weight of a city on his shoulders, the cries of his people echoing in his heart. I fight for them, he whispers to the night, his voice breaking like the waves crashing against the walls of Troy. Each word is heavy with the burden of duty, yet beneath the armor lies a man terrified of loss, terrified of a future without his beloved family. Achilles, Hector murmurs, and I shudder at the name. The very utterance hangs in the air like the taste of poison, bitter and sharp. Achilles, the embodiment of rage, a man whose heart beats to the drum of vengeance, whose soul dances on the precipice of madness. I remember his eyes, fierce and unyielding, a storm contained within a single gaze. When he strides into battle, it feels as if the earth itself shudders, quaking beneath the weight of his fury. He is a force of nature, and yet, there is something so achingly human about him. A vulnerability that lurks beneath the surface, like a wound that festers unseen. I remember the moment the tide turned, the moment when Achilles, cloaked in grief for his fallen friend Patroclus, unleashed a wrath so profound it shook the heavens. The air is thick with the scent of blood and sweat, the cries of the dying echoing in a symphony of despair. I can see it now, the clash of swords, the betrayal of trust, as Hector faces his destiny with the courage of a lion. Each strike is a heartbeat, each fall of a soldier a whisper of love lost. I can feel the tension in the air, like the moment before a storm breaks, when everything hangs suspended, waiting for the inevitable crash. And then there is the eerie calm, the silence that blankets the battlefield after the chaos subsides. It's a silence that screams, a void where hope once hung like a fragile thread. Hector falls, crumpling like a broken doll, and the world shatters around him. I remember his eyes, still burning with defiance even as life slips away. "Tell my wife," he murmurs, a final breath escaping his lips like a prayer. Those words, heavy with the weight of love, linger in the air long after he's gone, transforming the battlefield into a graveyard of shattered dreams. Cassandra stands among the ruins, her voice a haunting echo. "I warned them," she whispers, but the words feel like stones dropped into the depths of the sea, lost to the waves. She watches as the sun sets, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a reflection of the blood that stains the earth. What is left? Her question hangs in the air, an unanswered plea resonating against the backdrop of war. What is left when the dust settles and the echoes fade? What remains when glory turns to ashes, when dreams are reduced to whispers? I feel her despair, a visceral ache that grips my heart, for in this moment, I am both her and the shadows that linger at the edges of memory. I am the witness to a tragedy as old as time itself. Time, such a fickle spectre, slipping through our fingers like sand. I remember how the stars once sparkled over the city, a reminder of the cosmos that watched, indifferent, as mortals played their tragic games. Dreams once danced in the sky, but now they hang heavy, soaked in grief. Each tick of the clock echoes in my mind, a reminder that the end is always creeping closer, that every heartbeat is a reminder of our mortality. I can feel the pulse of the city, its spirit both alive and dead, a ghost story whispered by the winds that howl through the ruins. Hector, Cassandra, Achilles, three souls caught in a web of fate, spinning towards a confrontation that feels like the end of the world. Their lives intertwine, threads of love and loss woven into the very fabric of history. I see it all, the tragic beauty of it, the way their stories pull at the strings of my heart until I feel as if I might unravel, too. A clock strikes, the sound reverberating through the air, and in that moment, everything shifts. The weight of the past collides with the uncertainty of the future, and I am left standing on the precipice, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. I remember the promise of dawn, but all I can see is the darkness pooling around me, a tide of despair threatening to swallow me whole. And yet, even as the shadows close in, I feel the flicker of something, hope? Perhaps. But it's fleeting, like a dream slipping away upon waking. Every heartbeat is a reminder that the story is not yet done, that the echoes of Troy will reverberate through time, shaping the lives of those who dare to remember. And in that remembrance lies a haunting beauty, a delicate balance between glory and grief, a reminder that history is never truly over, it merely transforms, waiting for the next soul to carry its weight. The rusted remains of what was once a statue, an angel, wings outstretched, frozen in a moment of divine flight, lie scattered across the cobblestones, shards of beauty trapped in the rubble of destruction. I stand there, breath hitching, the air thick with the scent of charred wood and bitter metal. It feels like a crime scene, but there's no law enforcement here. No one to mourn the beauty that has been lost amid the chaos. Only echoes of laughter now silenced, replaced by the clamor of war's insatiable hunger. I remember the night it all changed. The darkness was alive, not with stars, but with the sound of distant explosions, the ground trembling beneath our feet. The city flickered in and out of existence, one moment vibrant, the next a ghost town of shadows. My fingers tremble as they brush against the jagged edge of a stone, a piece of history that once held the weight of dreams. I can almost hear the whisper of a child who once marveled at its grandeur, now swallowed by fear. During those days, I shared a cramped studio with Helena, a sculptor whose hands could coax life from the cold embrace of clay. She had a spirit that shone brighter than the sun, a laugh that could chase away the shadows. But even her light was dimmed by the war. I remember the crack in her voice as she carved away at her latest piece, a figure of a mother holding her child, a desperate prayer for peace. Each stroke of her chisel felt like a heartbeat, each fragment of clay a wish for salvation. We sketched dreams that felt like fantasies, weighed down by the looming specter of conflict. "Can you even remember what normal feels like?" she asked, her eyes hollow, a mirror reflecting my own despair. I wanted to tell her about light-hearted mornings filled with the laughter of children and the scent of fresh bread, but the words felt trapped in my throat, like the cries of the ghosts that haunted our streets. Instead, I replied with silence, our hearts ache matching in an unspoken agreement. Then came the day the soldiers marched through our neighborhood, boots pounding like thunderclaps against the earth. I remember the way the ground shook, not just from their footsteps, but from the tremor of our hearts. We stood huddled in the doorway of our studio, watching them pass, figures of grim determination, their faces masked beneath helmets, eyes devoid of warmth. Art was a luxury in times of war, a commodity to be cast aside. They moved with purpose, sweeping away the remnants of our past. Why do we even bother? I asked Helena, frustration erupting like a volcano. Why create beauty when the world is crumbling? My voice broke, a sharp crack in the fragile facade we had built. She turned to me, her expression solemn, the weight of her chisel in her hand. Because beauty is a rebellion. It's the last stand against the void. And yet, as the days turned to weeks, I watched her spirit wane. Her sculptures became fragments of despair, echoes of a world that no longer existed. The faces she carved were twisted, haunted, reflecting our own tortured souls. Each piece was a scream captured in stone, a cry for help that no one would hear. I remember one night, the air thick with tension, when we sat amidst our creations. I could hear the distant thump of artillery, the muffled cries of those unable to escape. Helena worked feverishly, her hands stained with clay, her eyes wild. "I need to capture it," she murmured, lost in a trance. The pain, the loss, it needs to be remembered. But every sculptor knows that creation requires a piece of the maker's soul, and I could see hers fraying at the edges. I pleaded with her to stop, to take a moment to breathe, but the urgency of her work consumed her. I felt helpless, watching her disappear into that abyss, like a moth drawn to a flame. As the weeks dragged on, the lines between fear and defiance blurred. I began to paint, splashing colors across canvas like blood on a battlefield. My strokes were erratic, fueled by rage and sorrow, splintering memories into shapes and forms. The colors were vibrant yet stark, a cacophony of emotions clashing together, a testament to the chaos surrounding us. I painted Helena's figure, encased in a ghostly light, her spirit reaching for something just beyond her grasp. Then came the day she shattered, the moment when her laughter turned to sobs. She stood in front of her latest creation, a grotesque amalgamation of bodies twisted together in agony, the price of survival etched into every curve. "What have we become?" she cried, her voice raw and broken, each word a dagger to my heart. "What's left to fight for?" I couldn't answer her then, how could I? The silence of our studio was deafening, the shadows creeping in, suffocating the remnants of our dreams. I could only hold her, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility, our humanity slipping through the cracks like sand. I remember the night she left, just as the moon hung heavy in the sky, a witness to our unraveling. She whispered promises to return, but I knew deep down that her spirit had been consumed by the war, the artistry twisted into a weapon against despair. In the echoes of her absence, I painted with ferocity, every stroke a testament to loss, every canvas a monument to the beauty that once was. I felt her presence in every piece, the ghost of a friend who had fought valiantly against the darkness, now an eternal flame flickering in the void. And as I stood before the shattered angel, I understood its message, a silent scream for a world marred by war, yet still yearning for beauty. Each fragment of stone told a story, a testament to resilience, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, art would rise. Some say art is born from suffering, but I believe it thrives in the intersections of pain and hope. The war may take our loved ones, our familiar streets, our very sense of self, but it cannot stifle our spirit. I can already feel the pulse of creation echoing through me, an anthem of defiance against annihilation. And so, I pick up a brush, determined to create anew. Each stroke is an act of rebellion, a whisper against the tide of despair, a reminder that even as shadows gather, beauty can emerge from the fragments left behind. As the night deepens and the city holds its breath, I paint on, the echoes of the past urging me forward. The future is unwritten, but in my heart, I know the fight for art, for life, will never cease. The night was thick, a suffocating blanket woven from shadows and dread. An unsettling stillness hung over the besieged city like a noose waiting to tighten. Inside the crumbling walls of Troy, whispers clung to the air, thick with desperation. I could practically taste the fear, metallic and sharp, like blood on my tongue. It had been 10 years of endless war, blood spilled, lives extinguished, and the end felt as distant as a fading star. I stood by the flickering torchlight, my heart a prisoner of hope and despair. Cassandra, my sister, stood beside me, her eyes wide and haunted. She was a seer, burdened with visions that clawed at her soul. "They will come, Hector," she murmured, her voice a quaking whisper. "The Greeks will come, and they will bring ruin." The shadows danced on her face, twisting her features into something otherworldly. "Cassandra," I replied, my voice cracking under the weight of her words, "we must not surrender to fear. We have fought too hard." But as I spoke, a chill crept down my spine. I had seen the signs, the way the Greeks had retreated, an eerie quiet that foreshadowed something more sinister. The Trojan horse loomed in the distance, a monstrous shape against the moonlit sky, crafted from wood but heavy with deceit, a promise wrapped in lies. I could still remember the day it arrived, a grotesque gift, left at our gates like a wolf in sheep's clothing. A gift? Or a curse? I remembered the laughter of the soldiers, the bravado, the clinking of goblets filled with wine, celebrating what they thought was victory. But there was no wine strong enough to dull the taste of betrayal. My heart was heavy as I recalled how they had urged me to embrace the creature. What harm could it bring, they had said, ignorance gleaming in their eyes. "Cassandra, we have to destroy it," I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. But the fear in her eyes had turned to something colder, something more profound. "You cannot fight fate, brother. If we do this, we risk everything." Her voice was a trembling leaf, quaking in the tempest of our reality. The air was thick with tension, raw and alive, as I struggled with the weight of her words. Then came the night when the stars whispered secrets only the damned could hear. I was restless, pacing the walls, looking out toward the enemy camp. The Greeks were drunk on victory, or perhaps on something more insidious. A plan was forming, a strategy wrapped in the shroud of night. The Trojan horse wasn't just a gift, it was a reflection of our own arrogance, our own folly. We had let our guards down, lulled into a false sense of security. "Cassandra," I called, my voice cutting through the darkness, "what if it is a trap? What if they are waiting for us to turn away?" The shadows flickered around us, teasing the edges of reason. She turned to me, her face shadowed, yet the intensity of her gaze pierced through the gloom. "We are the authors of our own demise, Hector. The horse is merely a mirror reflecting our hubris." Her words were a ghost, haunting the corners of my mind. There was something in her tone, something that echoed through the silence like a tolling bell. The night grew colder, and with it came the specter of doubt. I could feel it creeping in, reeling me back into a place of vulnerability. My heart thundered as I imagined the Greeks celebrating their cunning, hidden in the belly of the beast, while we danced on the precipice of destruction. The dawn broke with agonizing slowness, an unwelcome specter creeping across the horizon. I found myself standing before the horse, its wooden form looming like a giant, a dark monolith of our own making. I could almost hear the laughter inside, the whispers of men plotting our end. I remembered the stories of deception, of warriors hidden within, waiting for the shadows to swallow us whole. "Burn it," I said, the words leaving my lips like a sacrificial prayer. The flames would cleanse us, purify our fate. But deep inside, I knew it was too late. The horse stood sentinel, a testament to our own folly, a cruel trick of the gods that we played into. And then I saw him, a shadow darting from the darkness, a soldier, one of our own. "They're coming," he shouted, his eyes wide with terror. "They've infiltrated the city." Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of fear that pooled in the pit of my stomach. We had underestimated them, the strategists who had played us like pawns on a chessboard, and I felt the first tendrils of despair wrapping around my heart. "Cassandra!" I called out, urgency thickening the air between us. Her face was pale, a canvas of dread as realization dawned. "It's begun," she whispered, the weight of her burden pressing down on her like a stone. The horse was no longer just a structure, it was now alive, breathing, pulsing with the heartbeat of betrayal. The chaos erupted faster than I could comprehend. The Greeks poured forth like a wave, spilling into our streets, their faces painted with madness, the joy of conquest gleaming in their eyes. They swept through the city like a storm, and I could feel the ground shake beneath us, the echoes of shattered hope resonating in every corner. "Fight!" I shouted, my voice a desperate cry against the tide. But the very air was thick with the scent of despair, a pungent reminder of our own shortcomings. We were trapped in our own making, the horse a cruel embodiment of our hubris, and I realized with a chilling clarity that the very act of celebration had become our funeral dirge. I watched as Cassandra turned, a dark resolve settling over her features, the very essence of fate coalescing around her. "We are not dead yet, Hector," she declared, her voice unwavering. "We must rise from the ashes of our mistakes." But in that moment, I felt the world crash down around us, the clash of steel, the cries of the fallen, a cacophony that resonated within my soul. With every heartbeat, I was reminded that sometimes, the greatest enemy lies within, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With every breath, I felt the weight of our history, our pride, and our impending doom. And as the horse loomed large, a grotesque monument to our downfall, I understood, this was not just about war. This was about the delicate dance of deception, the treachery of our own ambition, and the haunting truth that sometimes, the most chilling battles are waged within. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning flesh, a twisted reminder of the night's chaos. Shadows danced against the crumbling walls of Troy, flickering like the last hopes of the women who remained, clutching at remnants of lives that felt like distant memories. I stood there, heart pounding, as the cries of anguish wrapped around me like a cloak, an unbearable symphony of despair. Each scream was a thread, weaving a tapestry of grief that enveloped us, the women left behind. I remember Helen, her beauty now a curse, a haunting echo of what was once a gilded life. She moved through the wreckage like a ghost, her eyes reflecting the firelight, a mirror to the ruin of her soul. "What have I done?" she whispered once, her voice trembling like the wings of a moth drawn to the flame. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that her choices had not sealed our fates, but the words caught in my throat like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. She was both the spark and the inferno, the past and the future tangled together in a web of betrayal. And then there was Andromache, cradling her child in arms that shook with fear and fatigue. She was the epitome of strength, yet all I could see were the cracks in her facade, the silent sobs threatening to fracture her peace. "If only Hector were here," she breathed, as if uttering his name could summon him back from the depths of death. Her voice, laced with longing, echoed through the ruins like a prayer, a desperate plea to a universe that had abandoned us. I wanted to scream, "We are here! We are still here," but the words died within me, swallowed by the silence of the night. I remember the moon that night, a cruel spectator, casting its silver light on the blooded ground, illuminating the path of devastation. It felt as if it were watching, judging, as if the cosmos itself had conspired against us. "Look," it seemed to say, "at the havoc wrought by men, at the carnage of their desires." I wanted to tear down the heavens for allowing such cruelty, for spinning dreams into nightmares. The stars twinkled with indifference, pinpricks of light against the void. How could they remain so serene while we writhed in our agony? Andromache's child stirred, a delicate wail that sliced through the night. She pressed him close, as if her warmth could shield him from the horrors that lurked just beyond the shadows. "He will know peace," she vowed, her voice steady but her eyes betraying the tempest within. I believed her, if only for a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, hope flickered like the flame of a candle in a storm, fragile yet fierce. "We will find a way," I insisted, a hollow promise on my lips, fortified by desperation. But how could we find a way in a world that had forgotten us? The men fought for glory, for conquest, and left us to clutch at the fragments they had abandoned. I felt my heart constrict with the weight of our plight. I wanted to claw at their armor, to tear down their illusions, to remind them that behind every sword raised in battle, there was a woman left to mourn. Do they not see? I raged silently, my breath coming in quick bursts. Do they not see the wreckage they leave behind? The flames flickered, illuminating faces twisted in anguish, women bound by love, duty, and the haunting memories of men who fought for honor while we fought for survival. We are not the ruins of their ambitions. I wanted to shout to the heavens, we are the survivors, the ones who rise from the ashes. But my voice was lost in the cacophony of war, drowned by the march of boots, the clash of swords. I remember the shadows creeping closer, eerie and silent. They whispered secrets of despair, weaving through the streets like a fog that choked the life from everything it touched. I could feel their grip tightening around our hearts, threatening to pull us into the abyss. There is no escape, the shadows seem to taunt. You are bound to this fate, chained to the whims of men. I shuddered at the thought, the idea that our lives were mere chess pieces in a game we never chose to play. Then, in a moment that stretched like the fabric of a nightmare, I caught Helen's gaze across the rubble. Her beauty was a haunting reminder of the war's madness, of how it stripped us down to our most primal selves. "What is a woman without her man?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of bitterness and defiance. "What is left of us when they leave?" The question hung heavy in the air, an unanswered riddle echoing through the ruins. "Everything," I wanted to scream, "everything is left. We are more than their stories, more than their legacies." But the words died stillborn, suffocated by the weight of our reality. We were left to pick through the bones of our shattered lives, constructing the fragments of who we were before the war twisted our fate. But in that moment, something shifted. The shadows danced away, and within the flickering light, I saw a glimmer, our unbreakable spirit, the fierce determination of women who would not be silenced. We were the echoes of every woman who had come before, the fire that refused to be extinguished. And as the cries of the fallen rose around us like a haunting melody, I felt a surge of strength, a bond forged in shared suffering. "Together," I whispered, heart racing with the promise of rebellion, "together we will rise." The words hung in the air, heavy with possibility, igniting a spark within us. For every shadow that threatened to consume us, we would stand taller, our voices weaving through the darkness, a defiant anthem against the night. And as the chaos swirled around us, I knew we would fight not just for ourselves, but for the generations to come. We were not merely the women of Troy, we were the heartbeat of a city, the pulse of resistance. And together, we would forge a path through the ruins, our spirits unyielding, our souls aflame with an unspeakable power. In that moment, the war raged on, but our hearts beat in unison, a crescendo against the silence, a promise that would echo long after the last battle had been fought. The night may have been dark, but we would be the light, refusing to fade into the shadows. A single arrow cuts through the air, a whisper of death that punctuates the chaos around us. It finds its mark, piercing the flesh of a once vibrant warrior, his eyes wide with disbelief, one moment a hero, the next a memory. The battlefield is a cacophony of screams and clashing steel, a grotesque symphony that plays on repeat, each note a reminder of what's at stake. The sun hangs heavy overhead, a cruel observer, illuminating the blood-soaked earth where men once stood tall, now reduced to shadows of their former selves. I remember the way the dust danced in the light, swirling in patterns as though the cosmos itself was trying to make sense of the madness unfolding below. The scent of sweat, fear, and iron fills my lungs, a cocktail of desperation that makes the heart race, makes the world spin. I remember Helen, oh, how could I ever forget her? Her beauty was a force of nature, a storm that swept through our lives, leaving devastation in its wake. The moment she stepped onto the ramparts, her silken gown clinging to her curves, the chaos seemed to still for just a heartbeat. Eyes turned, jaws dropped, and envy rippled through the soldiers like a tidal wave. How could one woman wield such power? I remember Paris standing there, a boy lost in the throes of ambition, clutching the golden apple he had dared to offer, the prize for choosing the fairest of the goddesses, a gamble that felt so innocent, so trivial in retrospect. He had no idea, no inkling that his decision would spark a firestorm. Each night he watches her, consumed by a longing that twists like a knife in his gut, yet each day he loads the bow to wage battles he never wanted. The promises whispered under dim stars feel heavy on his shoulders, a burden crafted by gods who laugh at the folly of mortals. Even now, I can see them in my mind's eye, poised between love and loss, lust and loyalty. Helen's heart is a battlefield of its own, torn between the power she wields and the love she cannot have. She stands at the edge of the war, gazing into the abyss of her choices, her soul a tapestry of conflicting desires. Every glance at Menelaus, the husband she left behind, is a dagger thrust deeper, every stolen moment with Paris a high-stakes gamble. She carries the weight of 1,000 ships on her shoulders, and each one pulls at her heartstrings, for she knows she is the cause of it all. I remember the quiet moments, too, when the world outside faded into insignificance. The flickering light of a dying fire, shadows dancing against the walls, where hope and despair intertwine like lovers lost in a heated embrace. Achilles, a proud demigod, sat brooding, a tempest contained within him. His rage, like molten lava, bubbled just below the surface, waiting for an opportunity to erupt. I can hear the whispers of his mother, Thetis, warning him of his fate. "You will be remembered, my son," she said, "but glory is a fickle mistress." Yet here he sits, wrestling with his demons, torn between glory and the certainty of death. His heart pulses with the rhythm of war, yet the thought of loss haunts him like a ghost he cannot rid himself of. The battle rages on, a relentless tide of blood and fury, but the true war is fought within. Each clash of swords echoes the cries of the long dead, resonating through time like an eerie lullaby. The fallen are not just soldiers, they are fathers, sons, lovers. I see them, faces etched in pain, eyes wide with the terror of an unfinished story. The sands of time slip through our fingers, yet we cling to the illusion of control, the desperate hope that we can change the ending. I remember, the words cling to my throat, a mantra against the night. I remember the warmth of camaraderie, the laughter shared before the dawn of despair. I remember the taste of wine, sweet and sharp, a fleeting escape from the nightmare that was coming for us all. Each sip burned down my throat, but it was a warmth that felt like home, a momentary reprieve from the cold reality of our fates. Faces flash before my eyes, heroes and villains intertwined. Odysseus, clever and cunning, laughs in the face of danger, yet shadows cling to him, whispering secrets of a journey that spirals into the unknown. He's both the architect and the pawn in this grotesque game, a puppet master tangled in his own strings. I remember the knowing glances shared in the dark, as he plots and schemes, each thought a thread weaving a tapestry of betrayal. And then there's Agamemnon, a king with a heart of iron, whose every decision weighs heavy, like chains forged in the fires of ambition. He stands at the precipice, a lion in a den of sheep, his roar echoing in the twilight. Yet I see the cracks in his armor, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, the burden of leadership clawing at his sanity. Is this glory, he cries out to the heavens, or is it merely the grave I dig for myself? But the question hangs unanswered, suspended in the air like smoke from a dying flame. And as the dusk settles, the shadows creep closer, the ghosts of the fallen hovering just beyond sight, waiting for their reckoning. They whisper tales of honor and sacrifice, of love that transcends time, and of hearts shattered beyond repair. In this moment, I feel the weight of history pressing down, a tangible force that binds us all, urging us to understand that the Trojan War, in all its brutality, mirrors our own struggles, our own battles fought in silence. The echoes of anger, love, and longing do not belong solely to the past, they bleed into our present, a reminder that even the most epic tales are simply reflections of our own fractured hearts. And as the sun sinks beyond the horizon, darkness envelops the battlefield, a shroud that whispers promises of pain yet to come. The stage is set for the final act. And I stand here, breathless, on the cusp of what is to come, knowing that the cycle of love and loss, glory and despair, is far from over. The war rages on, not just across the field strewn with the remnants of shattered dreams, but within us all, an eternal struggle echoing through the ages. The air is thick with dust, a gritty fog that hangs like an unspoken secret over the sun-baked ruins of Troy. I can almost hear the whispers of ghosts, their voices laced with grief and yearning, swirling around me. My heart races, thumping against my ribcage like a caged animal desperate for escape. I remember the first time I stepped onto this ancient soil, it felt alive, as if the ground itself was breathing beneath my feet. But today it feels different, charged, electric, like a storm is brewing. Two figures emerge from the haze, Helena and Marco. Their silhouettes are haunting against the backdrop of crumbling walls and shattered pottery, relics of a great civilization that once flourished here. Helena, with her wild curls dancing in the wind, has always been the dreamer, her eyes sparkling with the allure of the past, forever chasing echoes of long-lost whispers. Marco, on the other hand, is the realist, a pragmatist weighed down by the weight of responsibility. He carries his skepticism like armor, but today, doubt clings to him like a second skin. "I can't believe we're really here," Elena breathes, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she fears shattering the fragile silence. "Can you feel it? The history, it's everywhere." But Marco's brow furrows, his gaze scanning the horizon, searching for something, anything, that might validate their presence in this haunted place. "Or it's just a pile of stones," he counters, the hardness in his voice cutting through the ethereal atmosphere like a knife. "What good is history if it's just dust?" His words hang heavily in the air, and I feel the tension crackle between them, a thick cord binding their conflicting worlds. I remember how their debates often spiraled into heated arguments, each one a battle of ideology. But here, in the heart of Troy, the stakes are higher, less about knowledge and more about themselves, their fears and insecurities laid bare. A chill sweeps through the air, unsettling. The sun dips low, casting elongated shadows that seem to stretch and reach like fingers grasping for something just out of reach. As I glance at Elena, she stumbles back, her foot catching on an ancient brick, the remnants of walls that once echoed with the laughter of children, the cries of war, the heartbeat of a city that defied time. "Careful!" I shout, the urgency spilling from my lips. But it's not the danger of the ruins that sets my pulse racing, it's the fear of losing her to the shadows that cling to these stones. "I'm fine," she replies, but there's a tremor in her voice, a crack that betrays her bravado. She kneels, brushing the debris from her palms, her fingers trembling, and in that moment, I see the flicker of a memory behind her eyes, a childhood nightmare perhaps, where the monsters lurk just beyond the edge of light. Marco steps forward, his frustration simmering. "What are we even doing here, Elena?" "Chasing ghosts. These myths, they don't help us. They don't change anything. But that's the point, isn't it?" I want to scream. The ghosts, those fragmented pieces of souls, they hold the weight of wisdom. Yet, Marco's dismissal feels like a slap, stripping away the beauty of the past, reducing it to mere rubble. Elena stares at him, hurt flashing across her face, and in that heartbeat, the tension thickens. "Maybe it's not about changing anything," she whispers, almost to herself. "Maybe it's just about understanding and remembering." The shadows thicken, wrapping around us like a shroud. My breath catches as a gust of wind sweeps through the ruins, rustling the dry grass, sending a shiver down my spine. I remember standing in the very spot where Achilles once fought, where Helen's beauty ignited a war, where love and vengeance intertwined in a fatal dance. But underneath it all, there's a deeper ache in my chest, a yearning I can't quite place. I look at my friends, at Elena's fierce spirit wrapped in vulnerability and Marco's steadfast resolve cracking like old paint. They are my anchors in this storm, yet the whirlwind of emotions threatens to drown us all. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath us, a low rumble that reverberates through the air, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. I glance around, panic rising, and I see it in their eyes, the realization that the past is not just a memory, it is alive, and it demands to be reckoned with. Elena grips my arm, her nails digging into my skin, grounding herself. "What was that?" she gasps, her voice quaking like the very earth beneath us. Marco's face pales, the color drained from his cheeks. "It's just a tremor," he stammers, but I see the fear flickering in his gaze, fear of the unknown, fear of being swallowed by the very history he seeks to dismiss. But deep down, we all know the truth. We are standing on the edge of something vast, an abyss of dreams and nightmares woven together. The very air is thick with anticipation, as if the cosmos itself is holding its breath, waiting for us to take another step deeper into the shadows. In that moment, we are bound by something greater than ourselves, a shared understanding that transcends mere words. It's the pulse of history, the weight of emotions, the unresolved conflicts of the past. And as we stand united, on the brink of confrontation, I feel the stirrings of hope, of redemption, blossoming like wildflowers in the cracks of ancient stone. But before we can breathe, before we can confront the ghosts that haunt us, something shifts in the air, a presence that feels both familiar and frightening. It lingers, taunting, beckoning us toward the heart of Troy, where secrets lie buried beneath layers of time. And just like that, the clock begins to tick again, echoing in the stillness. One moment of stillness stretches into eternity, and I know, this is only the beginning. The echoes of history are calling, and we are drawn toward them, hearts racing, souls trembling, caught in the relentless tide of what was, what is, and what might still be. The clang of metal echoed in the moonlit night, sharp and unsettling, a cruel reminder that glory and honor are often forged in blood. In a city built on the ashes of betrayal, where shadows whispered secrets of gods and men, Helen stood at the precipice of a choice that would change the world. The chill of the night seeped into her bones, mingling with the heat of her heart, racing as though it might burst. She was beautiful, yes, but beauty can be a weapon, a curse that devours not just the one who possesses it, but all those who dare to love her. Across the distant hills, the fires of encamped warriors flickered like restless spirits. Each flame flickering with anticipation, each shadow flickering with dread. Achilles, the stoic warrior with the heart of a tempest, felt the weight of fate pressing on him, a heavy shroud that threatened to suffocate. He had fought for glory, yet now stood on the threshold of despair, the echoes of his past battles like hollow laughter in his ears. His mind tumbled through memories of youth, of laughter, of the fleeting warmth of friendship. Now, they felt like ghosts, haunting the corners of his soul, reminding him that even the mightiest can fall. And Paris, the prince of Troy, damnably charming yet tragically flawed, watched the flames with a growing sense of dread. He had taken Helen, igniting an inferno that consumed not just kingdoms but hearts. Every glance from her, every soft whisper, felt like a dagger plunging deeper into his conscience. Did he love her? Perhaps. But what is love when it drags entire worlds into the abyss? He felt the weight of her gaze like chains, binding him to a fate he hadn't chosen but couldn't escape. He was a puppet, and the strings were pulled by gods who thrived on chaos and despair. I remember the first time I saw her, he thought, the memory slicing through the turmoil. Helen, standing amidst the flowers, her laughter rising like a melody in the air. How could such beauty exist? It was a siren song that lured him into a tempest of despair. Now, standing on the brink of war, he felt that innocent moment twisting into something grotesque, a memory entwined with the scent of smoke and blood. The air was thick with tension, an electric pulse that vibrated through the night. Achilles' hand tightened around his spear, a weapon made for battle, yet poised to pierce the heart of fate itself. I will not be another name on the list of the fallen, he thought fiercely, the fire within him igniting with each heartbeat. He remembered the laughter of his comrades, the warmth of shared victories. They were all dying in the shadows of this war. Would he plunge into the chaos, or would he stand apart, a silent witness to the destruction that enveloped him? In that moment, Helen turned her gaze to him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and he felt a jolt of recognition, a profound understanding that transcended language. "You are the storm, Achilles," she seemed to say, her voice echoing in the chambers of his mind. "And I? I am the calm before it." But the calm is deceptive, a facade that hides the tempest brewing beneath. She was both the muse and the monster, the reason and the ruin, and in that moment of connection, he was lost. Paris felt the weight of their collective gaze, the unyielding scrutiny of gods and men. He could almost hear their laughter, a cruel symphony that mocked his choices. What if I had let her go, he pondered, but he knew the answer, just as surely as he knew that the sun would rise and fall. The heart wants what it cannot have. The image of Helen, torn between desire and duty, haunted him, an endless loop of what ifs that clawed at his sanity. As the fires crackled and shadows danced, the night grew heavy with the scent of impending doom. The sound of galloping hooves echoed closer, the rhythm a heartbeat, a countdown to catastrophe. Achilles felt his skin prickling, the energy of battle swirling around him like a tempest, a primal call that tugged at his very essence. The clashing of swords was inevitable, and yet, part of him longed for the quiet of the past, for moments of joy that felt like a distant dream now lost in the fog of war. But Helen stepped forward, her voice breaking through the cacophony. "You must choose, Paris. Will you protect me or lead us all to ruin?" The sincerity of her plea cut through him like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. She was a paradox, the embodiment of love and destruction, and he felt his heart shatter under the weight of her words. The gods watched from their celestial thrones, their laughter echoing through the cosmos, a cruel reminder that life and death are intertwined, like the threads of fate woven through the tapestry of time. They reveled in the chaos, each twist and turn a game, but for those caught in the middle, it was a nightmare that would never end. The moment hung heavy, suspended like a breath held too long. Achilles clenched his fists, feeling the raw energy of the battlefield pulse through him, a call to arms that he could not ignore. Paris's face twisted in anguish, knowing that every choice would bleed into the next, a relentless cycle of consequence. "Let it come," Achilles roared, a primal scream echoing across the night, the sound reverberating in the very marrow of the earth. "Let the gods bear witness to our fury." But as his voice faded, a silence enveloped them, thick and suffocating. Time stretched, and for a fleeting second, they were all suspended in a moment of unbearable clarity. The shadows loomed larger, and the flames flickered, casting eerie shapes that danced around them, reminders of both their mortality and their legacy. Every heart beat with the recognition that soon, they would be part of a story that echoed through the ages, a tale of love and loss, of heroes and wretches, all drowning in the shadows of the Trojan War. And just like that, the universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision of time and fate, the telling of a myth that would be etched into the very fabric of existence. It was not just a war, it was the evolution of humanity itself, an eternal cycle of passion and pain, binding the past to the future in a way that would never truly be resolved. The echoes of their choices would ripple through eternity, a haunting melody that would never fade. The wind howled, a mournful cry that echoed across the desolate plains, and I swear I could almost hear the whispers of the dead, Achilles, Hector, Helen. Their ghosts lingered like smoke in the air, twisting through the shadows of the crumbling ruins. The sun hung low, casting elongated shadows that danced mockingly around me, as if the past was both alive and haunting, a relentless specter of love, betrayal, and war. Helen stood at the precipice, her heart a battlefield. She was not just a figure of beauty, but a soul tethered to the weight of 1,000 hearts breaking. Her golden hair fluttered like banners in a fierce wind, each strand a reminder of the choice she had made. "What have I done?" she whispered into the abyss, her voice trembling, laced with a bitter blend of regret and desire. With every heartbeat, the echoes of her decision swirled around her. Paris, the prince of Troy, the one she had run to, leaving her husband Menelaus to grapple with the shattering of his world. I remember the warmth of her hands, the way they trembled when she realized that love could be a treacherous weapon, sharper than any sword. Across the desolate stretch, Menelaus charged into the chaos, a tempest of fury and betrayal. His heart pounded like a war drum, a chaotic symphony of rage and sorrow, driving him forward into a maelstrom of blood and vengeance. The weight of Helen's absence pressed heavy on his chest, each step a reminder of the love he lost, a love transformed into a catalyst for violence. The world around him blurred, faces of comrades and enemies alike merging into a single, grotesque mask of suffering. I remember, he grunted, fists clenched, the laughter we shared, the promises whispered in the dark. But here I stand, a puppet of fate, marionette strings pulled by the gods themselves. His voice was gravelly with the pain of betrayal, a desperate resonance that filled the air with tension, a man torn between love and wrath, seeking retribution as much for himself as for the honor that had been stripped away. And then, there was Hector, standing tall amidst the wreckage. Warrior, prince, protector. His heart, too, bore scars, each a testament to valor and the weight of loyalty. He cradled the sword like a lifeline, its blade glinting ominously in the dying light, a mirror reflecting the conflict within. His brother, Paris, was lost to passion, ensnared by the siren call of Helen, while Hector's soul yearned for peace. The battlefield raged, a cacophony of clashing metal and anguished cries, yet in that chaos, Hector felt an eerie stillness, as if time itself had frozen around him. I remember, he muttered, the words escaping like ghosts from his lips, the laughter of children, the sweet scent of olive trees. All of it, gone in this madness. He stood there, a solitary figure, caught in the crossfire of destiny, a man unwilling to let the shadows consume him, even as they clawed at his spirit. The night deepened, a cloak of darkness woven from despair and longing, and the drums of war echoed through the hills like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant, waiting to awaken. The tension thickened like fog, wrapping around hearts and minds, drawing them into an inevitable confrontation. In darkened theaters and flickering screens, the stories of the Trojan War pulsated with life, echoing the raw tension of those fateful days. The stage lit up with vibrant colors, juxtaposing the starkness of war against the softness of memory, each performer a vessel carrying the weight of history. I remember sitting in the audience, heart racing, as the actors embodied these flawed heroes, bringing their struggles to life. The laughter entwined with tears, the absurdity of love and war felt almost palpable, the echoes of their tragic choices swirling in my chest. "Why don't they see?" Helen pleaded, her voice cracking as the lights flickered, casting shadows that danced like memories refusing to die. "Why don't they understand that love is not a simple tapestry, but a fraying thread that can unravel destinies?" Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and in that moment, I felt the world was listening, hanging on the precipice of her pain. And there, in the dim glow of the theater, a collective breath was held. The air was thick with anticipation, hearts pounding in unison. The audience became a part of the war, their pulse matching the rhythm of the unfolding tragedy. Each character's pain threaded into the fabric of our own lives, a reminder of our own heartaches, our own battles. Menelaus staggered on stage, his anguish spilling forth like a torrent. I remember, his voice rose and fell, each repetition heavy with the weight of memories, faded laughter, stolen kisses, the warmth of her embrace. The words hung in the air, raw, visceral, and achingly real. The audience could feel it, the palpable tension whipping through the air, a storm ready to break. Hector stepped forward, the light catching the tear in his armor, a symbol of the vulnerabilities hidden beneath the facade of a warrior. "Fate is a cruel joke," he declared, voice strong yet laced with despair, a game played by gods who do not care for the blood shed in their name. It was a haunting truth, a reminder that even in honor there lay tragedy, and in love a gaping wound that never quite healed. As the climax approached, the air crackled with unresolved conflict. The audience was entranced, caught in the web of emotions woven tightly by the actors, their hearts racing with every word spoken, every glance exchanged. The stage, a battlefield, glowed with a chilling intensity, the ghosts of the past whispering through the shadows, reminding us that the echoes of the Trojan War are not just artifacts of history, but a mirror reflecting our own struggles, our own choices. In that moment, time became an illusion. We were not merely spectators, we were alive within the story, feeling every heartbreak, every longing, every tragic twist of fate. The theater transformed into a realm of raw emotion, a space where the lines between past and present blurred, reality and myth intertwined. The Trojan War was not just a tale of gods and heroes, but a haunting reminder that love can ignite wars, and war can extinguish love, a cycle as old as time itself. And as the final scene unfolded, a hush fell over the audience, heavy with unspoken truths and shared grief, an acknowledgement that the heart cannot escape its own battles. The characters stood at the brink, poised for their inevitable fates, their stories woven together in a tapestry of love, loss, and redemption that would echo through the ages, a haunting reminder that the war within us is often the fiercest of all. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning flesh, a grotesque perfume that clung to the battlefield like a sinister shroud. I stood there, my heart pounding against my ribcage, as the cries of the dying echoed in my ears, a haunting symphony of anguish and despair. This was no mere war, this was a reckoning, a visceral clash of pride and rage, where the very fabric of morality unraveled under the weight of vengeance. I remember the glint of bronze armor, the flash of swords slicing through the air like angry lightning, and in that chaos, I saw him, Achilles, a god among men, yet marred by the very flaws that made him human. He fought with an intensity that bordered on madness, eyes blazing, each swing of his sword a declaration against fate itself. But beneath that fierce exterior lay a heart consumed by wrath, a heart that could not see the cost of glory. I remember the way he would turn, face twisted in a mask of fury, and for a moment, I could see the boy he once was, the boy who had dreams of honor, of love, of a world untouched by the blood of the innocent. Yet here he stood, a harbinger of death, like an avenging ghost lost in a nightmare, haunted by shadows of those he had slain. Then there was Hector, the noble prince of Troy, caught in the storm of loyalty and love. I remember how he fought not for glory, but for his family, for the city that pulsed with life around him. His every strike was a desperate prayer, an act of defiance against the encroaching darkness. But as he faced Achilles, the air between them thickened with unspoken truths. Each clash of their swords echoed like the tolling of a bell, a tragic dirge for the lives they both would lose. I remember the moment his heart cracked, shattered by the weight of his duty, and how he dared to look into the eyes of his enemy, searching for some hint of understanding, some glimmer of shared humanity. There, in the heart of battle, the lines between right and wrong blurred like the smoke rising from the scorched earth. I remember the reflection of the blood-stained ground in Achilles' eyes, those fierce pools that held both fury and despair. What is honor? I wanted to shout, but the question was swallowed by the chaos. Honor had become a cruel mistress, beckoning them into oblivion, demanding sacrifices they were not prepared to make. As arrows rained from the sky like vengeful spirits, I caught a glimpse of a woman standing at the edge of the war, Helen of Troy, her beauty a curse that ignited the inferno. I remember how her presence lingered over the battlefield like a ghost, a constant reminder of the futility of desire. She had sparked this madness, yet here she was, a prisoner of her own making, her heart caught between love and loss. Each tear that fell from her eyes was a drop of poison, feeding the flames of conflict. What have I done? I imagined her whispering into the night, her voice barely a breath against the thunder of war. In that moment, as the blood flowed like a river through the fields of ruin, I understood, war is not just a clash of swords but a cosmic dance of morality and chaos. I remember the faces of the fallen, the sorrow etched into the hearts of those left behind, and how they too grappled with the ghosts of their choices. The echoes of their laughter mingled with the cries of the dying, a haunting reminder of lives forever altered by the whims of fate and the aspirations of men. I could feel Hector's spirit rise as he fell, a desperate plea in his dying breath, a plea for peace that would never reach the ears of his enemy. The moment stretched like a taut string, vibrating with the tension of unfulfilled dreams and the weight of consequence. I could see time slow, the universe holding its breath as Achilles raised his spear, a lethal promise etched in the air. Part of me wanted to scream, to reach out and stop it all, to pull them from the brink of destruction, but I was bound by the cruel chains of destiny. In that instant, justice and vengeance collided, and the battlefield transformed into a theater of the absurd. I remember thinking, who are the monsters here? Is it Achilles, whose rage knows no bounds, or Hector, whose honor becomes his undoing? Or perhaps it is Helen, forever trapped in a web of desire and regret, a pawn in a game far beyond her control. The shadows of their souls danced around me, each flickering light a reminder of the impossibility of their situations, their lives caught in a perpetual loop of yearning and pain. The war raged on, and within its chaos, I felt the stirring of ancient lessons, of the futility of pride, the cost of vengeance, and the fragility of love. Each heartbeat resonated with the weight of those truths, echoing into the void of night. I wanted to scream, to take the pain of these characters, to offer them solace in their darkest moments, but all I could do was watch as they spiraled deeper into despair. Then came the silence, an eerie calm that enveloped the battlefield like a shroud. I remember the stillness as the fighting ceased, as if the earth itself had paused to mourn the loss of innocence. I stood among the ruins, the remnants of dreams shattered like glass, and felt the cold grip of reality settle around my heart, a chilling reminder that in war, no one emerges unscathed. The night was alive with whispers of the past and echoes of the future, each breath a reminder that within the cycle of life and death, we are all connected, all flawed. I remember the faces of the fallen, their stories woven into the fabric of time, their cries lingering in the air like a haunting melody. I could feel the weight of their choices pressing down upon me, a heavy mantle of ethical dilemmas and moral quandaries that could never be resolved. As I stood there, lost in the fog of war, I understood one undeniable truth: there are no heroes in battle, only the echoes of humanity lost amidst the chaos. Time marched on, indifferent to the struggles of men and women caught in the throes of conflict, while the cosmos above twinkled with the distant laughter of stars, oblivious to the suffering below. And I knew, deep within my soul, that the lessons of the Trojan War would linger on, haunting the hearts of those who dared to dream in a world where love and honor often danced hand in hand with destruction. The pit of my stomach churned as I stood beside the battered walls of Troy, blooded stones whispering tales of sorrow, as if each crack held the screams of 1,000 souls. The air thickened with the stench of charred wood and despair, a heavy blanket suffocating the remnants of valor and honor. Watchmen perched high above, their eyes glazed, haunted by the specter of what they had seen, a city crumbling under the weight of pride. I could feel the ground pulse beneath me, a heartbeat of ancient grief that echoed through the ages. Hector, the lion-hearted prince, stood tall amidst the chaos, his armor gleaming dully, an iron shell that could no longer shield him from the torment of betrayal. I remember the fierce determination in his eyes, yet there was a flicker of doubt, a crack in his resolve that mirrored the crumbling stones around him. Every step he took was a battle against the shadows that whispered of inevitable defeat, his heart heavy with the burden of his people. "Will they remember me?" he asked, and for a heartbeat, I believed he was speaking not just of glory, but of love, of the legacy of a father torn between duty and tenderness. And then there was Achilles, that infamous warrior, half god, half man, wholly consumed by rage. His anger was a tempest, stirring within him like the crashing waves against the battered shores of Troy. I remember the chaos in his soul, a storm of vengeance that could turn friendships into ash. He had lost Patroclus, his closest companion, and in that void, he found fury, a fierce and relentless tide that swept away remnants of humanity. "I will not relent," he vowed. "They will know my wrath." But beneath that bravado simmered a vulnerability, a boy crying for his lost brother, echoing through the halls of time. Around them, warriors clashed, the cacophony of steel grinding against steel, a symphony of suffering. I remember the bodies, once proud men reduced to lifeless husks, their dreams extinguished. Each fallen soldier was a reminder of the cruelty of fate, a ghostly echo lingering in the air. The strategy, once a tapestry of cunning and valor, had morphed into a bloody ballet of desperation and dread. They had built their clever trap, the fabled wooden horse that now lay outside the gates, a deceptive promise of peace cradled in the arms of war. But what of the minds that orchestrated this torment? Odysseus, the cunning architect of chaos, surveyed the field with eyes that danced between wisdom and madness. He perceived the world as a game, pieces moved on a chessboard soaked in blood. "It's all a ruse," he mused, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Every layer of deceit was a whisper of brilliance, every calculated risk a step into the abyss. I remember his laughter, sharp and clear, ringing against the backdrop of sorrow. Yet, beneath that mirth lay a haunted remembrance of the price of victory, a question that lingered like smoke in the air: what is left when the war is won, but the heart is broken? Time stretched, warping reality into a surreal haze. Shadows danced along the walls, merging past and present, as if the very essence of Troy held its breath. The night deepened, a cloak heavy with secrets, while the moon bathed the battlefield in an eerie glow, illuminating the faces of those who dared to dream of glory. I felt the weight of their hopes, the desperate wish to carve their names into the annals of history. In that moment, I understood the heart of military strategy was not merely in the clash of weapons or the brilliance of tactics. It lay in the souls entwined in the conflict, the raw emotions that coursed through their veins like fire. Each decision, each betrayal, was a reflection of their humanity, a dance of shadows and light where strategy became personal. I remember the stillness after the battle, the silence punctuated only by the distant cries of mourning. It was a haunting reminder that victory often wore the mask of loss. The soldiers gathered, looking not at the glory of their conquest but at the comrades they had lost along the way. Each face, etched with pain, told a story of sacrifice, dreams unrealized, and lives abandoned on the altar of ambition. And in that moment, I felt their collective heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed through the shattered remains of Troy. They were all caught in a web of fate, tangled in the choices of their ancestors, the legacies of their forebears that shaped their strategies. The ghosts of history hovered, whispering cautionary tales of hubris and humility, reminding them that every move they made echoed through eternity. Hector lifted his sword, the weight of his grief palpable, and shouted into the void. "We are not just warriors, we are the bearers of our histories." His voice, raw and powerful, trembled through the air, reverberating against the stones, a rallying cry that transcended time. Achilles, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, glared at the horizon, where the sun dipped below the edge of the world, casting everything in shades of crimson, a foreboding omen of what was to come. As their eyes met, I saw in their gazes a shared understanding that transcended rivalry. They were bound by the very war that defined them, yet trapped in the cycle of vengeance and despair. In that fleeting moment, the weight of the past settled upon them, an invisible chain that would pull them deeper into the abyss of conflict. And so, the cycle continued, an unending loop of conflict and consequence that shaped the very essence of military strategy. The lessons learned in blood and tears whispered through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who would follow. War was not a mere clash of swords, it was an intricate dance of emotions, an exploration of the darkest reaches of the human soul. As the night deepened, the cries of the fallen mingled with the whispers of the living, weaving a tapestry of despair and hope that would never truly end. The Trojan War became more than a chapter in history, it morphed into a living, breathing entity, a testament to the enduring struggle between love and vengeance, honor and betrayal. And with every heartbeat, every breath, the shadows grew longer, whispering secrets of what was yet to come. The battle was far from over, the ghosts of Troy waited, hungry for their tale to unfold, a reminder that in war, the line between victory and defeat is as thin as a thread, and as fragile as a dream. The air crackles with tension, thick as the smoke rising from the ruins of what was once a proud city. I stand in the heart of chaos, amid the echoes of 1,000 screams, the ghosts of men, women, and children trapped in the amber of time, their stories forever intertwined with the fate of Troy. The unmistakable scent of blood and burnt wood clings to me, an unwelcome shroud that wraps around my chest, squeezing my breath into a ragged gasp. A shadow flits past the corner of my eye, and I turn, heart racing, to find Hector, his face a mask of determination, eyes blazing like the sun that refuses to set over this cursed place. "I will not let them take my son," he says, voice low and fierce, each word a promise etched in stone. I see the weight of his resolve, the desperation churning in his gut, a father caught between duty and love. His armor glints, a cruel reflection of the world's expectations, and I feel the pull of his pain, raw and unyielding. But in the distance, the haunting call of the war horns blares like a death knell, rousing the beasts of battle. Paris, Hector's brother, stands near the battlements, eyes lost in the horizon, where flames dance like sirens under the twilight sky. He clutches Helen's hand, a fragile connection that trembles under the weight of betrayal. She, the most beautiful woman on earth, is a ghost of happiness, her laughter drowned in the cacophony of war. I watch as she glances at Paris, torn between love and the knowledge that her very presence has ignited this inferno. I remember, she whispers, voice breaking like glass, the gardens of Sparta. It was a different world then. A world without bloodshed. But memories are fickle, like shadows against stone walls. A flick of the wrist, a single decision, and everything changes. I can see it, the moment when innocence shatters. The night she left with Paris, the moon hung like a sickle above, a knife poised to sever the ties of loyalty. I remember how the stars blinked, indifferent to the chaos unfurling below. I remember the laughter that echoed through those gardens, the sweet scent of blossoms now tainted by the acrid smell of smoke. Hector's voice cuts through my melancholy like a sword. "We must fight, brother!" His eyes narrow, fierce with conviction, believing still in the honor of their name, the legacy of their family. But I wonder, what legacy can a man build amid the ashes? Will you hide behind a wall, or will you stand beside me? The challenge hangs heavy, filled with the weight of their shared blood, but also the burden of betrayal. Paris shifts, the sword trembling in his grip, and I am reminded of how easily loyalty can slip through fingers like sand. And then it happens, a thunderous roar erupts from the horizon, a wave of soldiers crashing against the walls. I can almost feel the ground shake beneath my feet. The clash of bronze against bronze rings in my ears, a macabre symphony that pulls me deeper into despair. The cries of the dying weave through the air, a chilling reminder that life is fleeting, a mere whisper on the wind. I can see Hector, charging forward, his heart a blazing torch against the night, but I sense the shadow of doubt creeping beside him, whispering insidious thoughts. What if he loses? What if he falls? The weight of that possibility is a knife against my chest. I watch as he collides with his enemies, the world around him dissolving into chaos. Each swing of his sword feels like a heartbeat, a desperate attempt to grasp time itself, to freeze it in this moment of confrontation. But with every strike, I see a flicker of fear behind his resolve, a fear buried deep, a fear of not just losing the battle, but losing everything he loves. The weight of the world presses down upon him, and I can feel the pulse of his heart, echoing in time with the cadence of war. And then there is Paris, who stands on the precipice, torn between the man he wishes to be and the coward that lurks beneath the surface. I see it, the longing in his eyes, the regret for choices made in the heat of passion. "I will save you," he whispers to Helen, but the words tremble, holding the fragility of a soap bubble, ready to burst at any moment. "I promise." But promises are the first victims in war, and I can feel the weight of his desperation as he grips her hand tighter. As the shadows stretch long across the battlefield, an eerie silence falls. For a heartbeat, everything stills. The soldiers pause, breath suspended in the air, as if the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting. Waiting for the storm to break, for the tide to turn. In that moment, I see Hector's eyes, clear and fierce, but also haunted. I see Paris, a boy playing at being a man, teetering on the edge of destiny. And then, with a roar, the storm hits. The clash resumes, a wild frenzy of limbs and iron, the cries of the fallen mixing with the laughter of the victorious, a sickening symphony that echoes through the ages. The ground is slick with blood, and I can feel the pulse of history, each heartbeat a reminder of their sacrifices, their failures woven into the fabric of time. Time! It turns relentlessly, a clock that ticks away not just the seconds, but the very essence of their dreams. I see Hector, a silhouette against the flames, charging forward, and I wonder, will he find glory, or will he simply become another echo, another ghost haunting the ruins of Troy? I remember the stories, the legends that twist and turn through history, and I realize, this is not just a battle, it's a cycle, an eternal struggle played out on the stage of the cosmos. And as I clutch the remnants of their stories, I can't help but feel, this is where history breathes. In the shadows of their choices, in the weight of their burdens, in the cries that linger long after the last sword is sheathed. The echoes ripple through time, a relentless tide that pulls us ever forward, leaving us gasping for breath, yearning for understanding, haunted by the specters of both triumph and tragedy. And as the battle rages on, I am left to ponder, what will remain of their hearts when the dust settles? What will history say about the men who fought not just for glory, but for love? What will the echoes of the Trojan War tell us about our own struggles, our own choices? And as the shadows lengthen, I find myself irresistibly drawn into the fray, feeling the pulse of history resonate deep within me, a haunting melody that will never fade.